Let's go then. I am Mayor Courtney Shipley. Welcome to the City Commission meeting for Tuesday, January 4th, 2022. First, we will have some comments from Diane Stoddard, who is our Porter Arneal for this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I have a few housekeeping items for the Zoom meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled and all chats will go directly to me. Unless you're participating during the meeting, please turn off your video. This will allow the active meeting participants to be seen on the screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. And if you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back to you, Mayor Shipley.
Thank you, Mayor Shipley. Now I want to hear Sherry Riedemann will give us some instructions for how public comment works.
Thank you, Mayor. Please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. When a motion is made, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote, then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals should raise their hand to indicate they wish to speak, and staff present will direct you to the podium to speak following social distancing and safety protocols. Please state your name before speaking, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu, depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. So before I ask for roll, I'll just say Happy New Year, everybody. It's so great to see everyone. So let's see if the last 3 weeks gave me enough time to remember all our new titles. Okay. Vice Mayor Lisa Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Vice Mayor, I'm here. Thanks, everyone. The next item is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Is there anyone interested in changing the order, or do I have a motion to accept the agenda?
Commissioner Larson, I move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Finkeldye, I second.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second to approve the agenda. Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Next, we will move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items commissioners would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Commissioner Larson, I would like to pull item B.8C.
Great. Any other commissioners would like to pull an item? Hearing none, I would ask if there's anyone in the physical audience there interested in pulling an item.
Is there any? No, there is not, Mayor.
Okay, I do believe I see someone on Zoom.
Michael Allman.
Yes, good evening, Michael Allman. I would like to pull item B6G, as in George.
Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you. Did I see someone else there, Sherry?
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I would like to pull, I think it's B8A, receive the 2020 or 2022 City of Lawrence legislative priority statement. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you. Sherry, is there anyone else that you see?
That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I would accept any motions.
This is,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead, Bob.
This Commissioner Littlejohn, I would move to approve the, I guess, minutes without, I can't remember what was taken out. What was it?
Mayor Shipley, B6G, B8C, and B8A.
B6G, B8C, and B8A.
Commissioner Finkel, I'd second that motion.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Littlejohn,
Oh, aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
That passes 5-0.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
This is
Oh,
Sherry
yeah.
Reed, City Clerk, but I need to make sure that you're providing your vote.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Sherry. I apologize. Mayor
Thank
Shipley,
you.
aye. Thank you, Sherry. Okay, the first thing here is B6G. I believe that was.
And this is Michael Allman. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Shipley. This is a item to give a contract to build a section of the Lawrence Loop. And I realize that this is probably a long shot at this stage in the process. I just have too many concerns that I just needed a voice and see if any of it gets traction. Part of my concerns are that I think it's been a poor process in some ways, but also I consider that some of it's a poor design. If you read through the document that I submitted, there was a link to a previous agenda for the Multimodal Transportation Commission when this was presented. That document was a field check diagram, very highly technical surveyor's drawings with measurements and lines and arrows and all that. And I had like 50 pages or so, and then a couple maps. Most of the Multimodal Transportation Commission are not engineers. I think two of them might have been able to understand it. But the city engineer just kind of let them, mull over what they saw there and did not explain what I see as the potential of that tunnel going under the Kansas Turnpike entrance to flood. And it did not explain the elevation of that tunnel, which is only 5 feet above the creek, which is right next to it, the Hallmark tributary. Also, the engineer estimated only 11 months ago when that was, that this would cost $1,470,000. And today you see the engineer's estimate for this bid is $1,900,000. I mean, that's quite a fudge factor. So I just don't know about that. Then also the two trail crossings, I'm concerned about the safety of the bicyclists and pedestrians, one at Iowa Street, which is a principal arterial, and Michigan Street, which is a major collector. I think they should be raised crossings like we've been doing at the other sections of the loop. We just installed 2 raised crossings along Delaware and one at 29th Street. However, that 29th Street crossing was not even built in compliance with the city's own specifications, and that's also in our document. I could pull it up and show you if you want. So if we do raised crossings, they certainly need to be built according to specifications. That's a big concern right there. Finally, the alignment that is A1, it was chosen through the Multimodal Transportation Commission, who don't seem to have been informed much, and just a straw poll of the public. A2 would be much shorter, less expensive, would have a shorter tunnel or a bridge, and serve the neighborhoods better. So I was just wondering if there might be some consideration to have this re-engineered for the other alignment and rebid. And I know it's a long shot, but so thank you.
Thank you, Michael. First, I think I'd bring it to any commissioners having any questions.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I just wanted to ask Mr. Allman, when did he send those documents? Because I don't have an email from him.
It's in your agenda packet. Communication was added today by Sherry, I don't know, about 2 o'clock, Sherry?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Okay. I thought it was a separate email that you sent. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Finkel, I'd be interested to hear staff's response, in particular on the timing of this, given the late stage we're at, but also maybe the general concerns.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager and the Project Manager for this Loop project. I'll attempt to address a lot of those concerns. I took notes on there as Mr. Allman spoke. In terms of the schedule, yes, we're looking for a construction contract with the bid award tonight, meaning we've put a lot of time and effort into this project so far. It is a grant fund project, federal funds administered through KDOT. I think there's $1,070,000 of grant funding in this project. So we're a little bit tied to KDOT's timeline on that. And in terms of resources already spent up to date on this project, we spent over $200,000 on engineering design to get to where we're at, as well as paying Hallmark cards a little over $40,000 for an easement on their property to make this project possible. So I hope that gives you an idea of what the city's already invested in the project. In terms of the concerns raised, I think the first concern raised was the possible water the water in the creek next to the pedestrian tunnel at the KTA. That pedestrian tunnel is designed to be above the 10-year storm event. So which is pretty typical for those types of facilities. I know particularly the trail south of Broken Arrow Park, you'll see that underwater at higher rain events, just as a comparison. But again, this tunnel is designed to be above the 10-year storm event. Cost was mentioned as well. Yes, our cost has definitely gone up for this project. Original conceptual estimates were about $1.47 million. And a lot of the increases came to just the city staff's, I guess, lack of knowledge in what it takes to make a tunnel. So talking with our contractor, bids came in, we found out that shoring is a very risky and expensive method of construction. So that, of course, increases the cost when the risk is increased. We had some additional costs associated just with working with the KTA. I think there were, let me check my numbers, but I believe it was about $80,000 in fencing that KTA required as part of our agreement to get the large easement from them to construct this project. We had some additional pavement that we're going to have to replace there at the interchange as part of the tunnel installation. And the tunnel itself, just the materials that go into that, was about $150,000 of what we estimated. Additional considerations for the screening of trees between the trail and the Wood Creek Townhome Association. I think there's about $20,000 in trees there that were added to the project. So we kind of have a tallying list of things that add up to how we got from our concept to where we are with our bid, and it was definitely higher than we originally anticipated. Moving on to the crossing concerns. FHWA, and again, this was evaluated by our consultant with a design report prior to any engineering going on, and they evaluated those crossings per FHWA guidelines, And those guidelines basically look at the lane configuration on the road speed, and the volume. And basically once you get above, I believe it's 30 miles an hour, they really say don't use a raised crossing. That's where you go to a pedestrian hybrid beacon or a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, which is what is being installed at both of these crossings. That was the recommendation of the design professional. And I think I've covered everything, but if I haven't, please let me know.
Sorry, Vice Mayor Shipley, any other questions for staff?
Commissioner Littlejohn, Jacob, if you would, I think Mr. Allman mentioned about some potential flood issues. Did you already mention that? I'm sorry, I just didn't hear that.
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Yes, Commissioner, I think I touched on that. What I was trying to touch on that when I was talking about the 10-year storm event. So the pedestrian tunnel underneath the KTA is somewhat adjacent to a creek there. And so we had our engineer make sure when they looked at the design to set that up high enough to be out of that storm event.
Commissioner,
Go ahead.
yeah, Commissioner Larson, is there going to be any pump systems put in that in case it does flood?
Engineering Program Manager Jake Baldwin. No, it's not. It's graded to drain, so any water in there will drain out eventually.
Mayor Shipley, follow up on the same line. You mentioned I think the Louisiana and 31st, that trail is often underwater. Are you saying it was not designed to 10-year flood standards?
Engineering Program Manager Jake Baldwin. No, I couldn't tell you what that was designed to. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Mayor Shipley, you were referencing the FHWA guidelines that the engineer or the designers were using. I do remember what FHWA is, but can you talk to me a little bit about where those are mutable and where they are not?
Engineering Program Manager Jake Baldwin. So yeah, FHWA is the Federal Highway Administration. And I don't know if I've got that still pulled up or not, but I'd be happy to see. If I'm allowed to share my screen, I'd be happy to show that diagram. It's basically a matrix that allows the options there. I will, Diane, if you're able to.
You should be able to share that now, Jake. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like it's showing up there now. So here's the application. This is directly from the consultant's design report, and they had the ADT and miles per hour for each of our crossings at Iowa and Michigan Street. And so what you see in the matrix here are the numbers of different types of applications that are really best practices for these situations. So if you'll see the number 2 down here is the raised crosswalk, and you're only going to see that in this first column here in a couple different situations for 2 lanes, 3 lanes, 3 lanes, 30 miles an hour and less. So our Michigan Street's at 35, Iowa's at 40, so those are not going to be applicable according to best practices.
Mayor Shipley, but those are guidelines. Is it accurate that the conditions on the ground can be determined by the engineer or the project person themselves, or presumably, if someone had asked earlier, the multimodal commission?
I would say no, but I'm going to be a little hesitant with that answer. I know that we do not put raised crossings on arterial roadways, and I don't think it's our best practice to put them on collectors. So Michigan Street is an arterial roadway. So if you're following my line of reasoning there. Okay, so Iowa Street is somewhat similar. It's a collector. It sees a high volume of a road. Sorry, Michigan sees a high volume of traffic. I know, and Michael can speak up, or Mr. Allman can speak up, that there's a raised crossing on 15th Street, which I believe is also a collector. So we have done that before, but this is what the engineer recommended and what I would also recommend with this project, them being the subject matter experts.
Mayor Shibley, so you're saying that we do have local precedent for using it on a collector like 15, which personally seems very successful. So you, in theory, we have precedents for that happening on Michigan, but not Iowa would be totally inappropriate.
I would say that's a reasonable answer. Of course, I don't know the decisions that went into why 15th Street got that at the time. I don't know if we were using the same guidance. I couldn't really speak to that.
Unless commissioners have any other questions, I want to make sure we don't have any public comment here.
This is Commissioner Sellers, real quick. So Jake, with the raised crosswalk on 15th Street, with that being a collector, that doesn't carry the same speed limit as Iowa, does it? So could that have been a reason why, as to some of the rationale, not to hypothesize, but.
Engineering program manager Jake Baldwin, yeah, that may very well be the case because that is going to be a 30 or 25 mile an hour road. I would have to go check. Okay. Whereas Michigan at this location is 35.
And then real quick, I know you went through the different things that Mr. Allman brought up in regards to 29th Street. He had mentioned something about out of compliance that you did address that, and I just miss it quickly. I know you gave the explanation, but I felt like I missed the piece. He said there was something with 29th Street being out of compliance based on the design.
Sure, engineering program manager Jake Baldwin. I think I may have missed that one, Commissioner, so I'll definitely touch on that. So yeah, we've got a raised crossing that got installed on Haskell Lane just south of 29th Street here very recently with a previous loop project. Those plans used our standard detail for a crossing. However, I guess it's hard to explain, but those are kind of a cookie cutter that you apply to the situation. And each crossing is always going to be a little bit different because of the existing grade of the road. And then you've also got to look at the drainage and you've got to look at the jointing of the concrete there as well. You don't want to cut concrete, a foot or 2 or 3 or 4 feet away from a joint because that's going to be an ongoing maintenance nightmare. So when you look at the plans, that the crossing at 29th Street is somewhat close to the typical, but there are definitely deviations from that typical design that we would do. If it was a flat level road, it'd look a lot better, but because of the grade we're on, one side's going to be a little bit more abrupt and one side's going to be a little bit less abrupt.
Mayor Shipley, to the driver or to the bicyclist or the pedestrian?
Engineering program manager Jake Baldwin. That is going to be to the people crossing the raised crossing in a vehicle. The raised crossings are essentially set at the same elevation as a shared use path. The purpose of a raised crossing is to, number one, make the pedestrians and bicyclists on the raised crossing more visible to the vehicular traffic, as well as to slow down the vehicular traffic. Now, your road geometrics are going to kind of really determine how much of a decrease in speed you're going to see, but the elevation of the raised crossing across is what is going to keep the pedestrians at the same level they were either side of the road. I'm sorry I didn't explain that very clearly.
Mayor Shibley, I apologize. Commissioner Sellers, did you have something?
No, this is Commissioner Sellers. No, I was just thanking Jake for his answer.
Mayor Shibley, any other questions from commissioners? Let's go ahead and do public comment. Michael Allman, I do see you have your hand up there, but I want to go ahead and do public comment out of fairness here. Sherry, do we have any other comments from the public?
Yes, Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. Y'all were talking about the raised crosswalk on 15th. I don't think we need it there. because there's also the crosswalk on 19th Street, and that one isn't raised. So, I mean, they're pretty similar streets. And I would say, how many accidents have we had at the crosswalk at 19th that isn't raised? Because if there aren't any accidents, why are we needlessly making these raised crosswalks? And here's the thing I was wondering about, if I've heard that like speed bumps are bad for the environment because when you slow down and speed up, that burns more fuel. So if we can have crosswalks that aren't raised and people aren't having accidents at, why should we raise it? And then, because then we force people to slow down more than they would have, and then they speed back up, that's going to burn more fuel. So I'd like to see some kind of data that says, like, you know, the crosswalks that aren't raised, like at 19th, aren't working. Because if that one's working, why should we be doing more raised ones? So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Alex Kerr.
Hello, good evening. Alex Kerr, community member of Lawrence, Kansas. First off, I totally agree with Mr. Flowers on the raised cross at 15th Street. I'm not an engineer of any type, but I do know a lot about this multi-modal transportation commission, and I've been looking at them and for the past couple of years. And I understand Mr. Allman's concerns about this issue, but I would definitely say that I would agree with Mr. Flowers on this. I would really agree with him with Mr. Flowers on this. That's all. It's my opinion is I agree with Mr. Flowers. That's all.
Mayor Shibley, thank you, Alex. Anyone else, Sherry?
That's it, Mayor. Other than Michael would like to speak again on this item.
Yeah, let me think about that for a second. Any further discussion or questions, perhaps for Michael on this issue? From Commissioner, sorry. Mayor Shibley, I'll go ahead and Michael, I want to ask you a question, and what I don't want to do is open a 20-minute floodgate about this. Let me just be honest with you. And I appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and I share some concerns. Maybe by way of question, knowing that we're pretty far in this process, certainly as far as KDOT is concerned, and clearly we're into the bidding process, and safety being paramount, would even a compromise perhaps on Michigan Street be something you would be interested in seeing?
Michael Allman. Thank you, Mayor Shibley. Well, barring going with a different alignment, which I understand is pretty much out of the question at this point. It's just unfortunate the process, I think, was poor. Yeah, if we can, on a collector of Michigan Street, do a raised crossing there, it's a very heavily traveled street. And unlike Iowa, most of that traffic is not going to be big trucks. It's going to be cars. And cars manage quite well on 15th Street. But if I could share my screen, is that possible?
I'm giving you a split second, man.
Okay. That's the image of 29th Street. You can see that the approaches, the inclines on both sides, one side is 10 feet, the other side is 20 feet. That's quite a bit different than standards that the city engineer, engineer manager said that they can make some adjustments on the site. 20 feet is quite a bit longer than 6 feet. And I want to remind him that on November 10th in an email, he replied to a multimodal transportation commissioner, yes, the crossing on Haskell Lane transitions from existing pavement to the top of the crossing over 6 foot per the detail. So he said it was going to be 6 feet on both sides, according to our city detail specifications. 20 feet is nowhere near 6 feet. I just don't understand that. So if we could do a correctly constructed one on Michigan Street, I think that would be a good idea. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor Shipley. I want to go ahead and bring it back to the commission for any discussion that they have. Mayor Shipley, I don't think it's I don't think there's a lot of point in arguing about what did or didn't happen on 29th Street right now. We can talk about that. What I think is important is for us to be clear decision makers and multimodal to know what to expect out of these projects, regardless of the elevation. And the primary function of the engineers, I believe, is to guarantee safety. And they have all kinds of tools at their disposal. And we do have a number of places we can find guidelines, but they're guidelines. And we need to educate ourselves about what can and can't be used in different places. I mean, I personally think the raised crosswalk at 15th works very well. And with all due respect, you can tell people try to speed through that thing when you look at the scrape marks on it. So I'm sure there's not a speed study of that space right now, but I have personally seen it do its job. I'm always interested in making sure that we are using the safest possible options, even if they're a little expensive at the time, or even a little expensive seemingly in the long run. So I don't know if there's any other comments from commissioners on raised walks in general or speed bumps. I'm sure a lot of us don't always know the difference.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I was just wanting to ask you, Mayor Shipley, does it sound like you're maybe wanting to do kind of a compromise here with the Michigan connection and putting the potential of us voting on putting a raised crosswalk there and looking at what that funding piece would look like? That would be my first question. Then I have a question for Jake.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Mayor Shipley.
Sorry. I'm gonna get this. Yes, Mayor Shipley. And understanding that we are at a late stage. However, I'm sure engineers will tell you that things change in projects last minute all the time. We're constantly updating things based on the conditions on the ground. So maybe that'd be a good question for Jake, and then you can ask him also your question.
This is Commissioner Sellers. So Jake, if you want to provide some context for that, that'd be great. My second question would then lead into what is our timeline with the KDOT dollars, and when do we need to exhaust those funds on this project?
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. I'll answer your last question first. We're kind of late in the schedule with a KDOT project already, and basically obligated those funds about as late as possible. I would have to check in with them to see if there's any possibility of extending the timeline. So I don't have the answer to that tonight, unfortunately. In terms of doing a design change, which I believe is the kind of the first question, I would, if we were to do that at this point, if we award the project with a thought of doing a design change there, that would be a change order. And the first thing we'd have to do is go to our engineer to see if that's feasible or warranted. So there's going to be cost and time associated with that. There's going to be cost and time associated with a change that might happen. Generically speaking, I believe a raised crossing would probably be comparable to the rapid flashing beacon. Those are about, I think, $17,000 in our bid a piece. So they're not inexpensive. They're considered an upgrade over a raised crossing in terms of safety. So again, I would have to go and confer with our design consultant engineer before we made any changes.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Jake. So we're looking at potentially about $17,000 for the actual upgrade plus the cost for the change order with the design consultant.
Engineering program manager, Jake Baldwin. I would say probably the cost between the two is negligible in terms of the grand scheme of the project. The rectangular rapid flashing beacon is a $17,000 piece of equipment. It's got some associated costs with pavement markings that are included with that. So it may be a wash, I don't know, but I'm guessing it's going to be somewhat similar in terms of pavement and labor versus equipment.
Okay. Commissioner Sellers, thank you, Jake.
Mayor Shipley, I don't know that I'm not going to motion to change anything. I just want to make sure that all the commissioners are aware of what our options are and what multimodal saw, and obviously what concerned citizens see, and make sure we're as educated as we can be. If everyone else is satisfied, I'm happy to entertain motions.
Commissioner Finkeldine, I would say that I like the beacons. I'm most familiar with one on 9th Street, close to my house, as well as on Tennessee and on 11th Street. Those are all places where we have we have pedestrians, but we also have traffic that are moving along a collector. I don't know the exact designations of all those streets, but I think they are effective methods, and I think given the traffic on that street compared to the axis of the loop. Obviously on the loop, for example, on Iowa Street, South Iowa Street, you have to use the crosswalk on South Iowa Street, and I wouldn't put a raised crossing on Iowa Street there on South Iowa. And I think so. I go with the engineer and stick with the flashing guard. I think that's the appropriate pedestrian crossing there at that location.
Mayor Shipley, is that a motion?
Commissioner Finkeldine, I'd be happy to make a motion to award bid number B2119 for the Lawrence Loop Peterson to Michigan project to King's Construction, Inc. in the amount of $1,900,613.41 and authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract.
Mr. Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second to accept. Commissioner Finkeldine.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley. Aye. Thank you everyone for indulging me and the public in that item. Let's move on, however, to B.6, which I believe was pulled by, Vice Mayor Larson.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Yeah, I would like to just have staff kind of give us an idea of what has changed on this from the last meeting that we had this presented at.
This is Commissioner Sellers. For point of order. Sorry, this is Commissioner Sellers. For point of order, B8A comes before B8C. Is there any way we can do B8A before B8C?
Thank you, Commissioner. I apologize, everyone. I had them written down, but not in order. Commissioner Larson, is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. Vice Mayor Larson, I apologize. Yes, B8A was pulled by Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and my first thought was the one question I have is if the state exempts groceries and feminine hygiene products from sales tax, will that automatically exempt it from our local sales tax? And if so, I want to know, how do you all intend to make up for the lost revenue if we no longer collect taxes on groceries and feminine hygiene products? And I kind of have a problem with just including feminine hygiene products, because why not diapers also? Like, why is it that we are saying a woman menstruating, she needs her tampons? That's like a need. But an old lady who's like peeing herself, well, that's a luxury for her to get diapers. That's not an actual need. So I guess since Amber Sellers was the one who introduced that, adding feminine hygiene products, how are tampons a necessity and not diapers? And also, what about toothpaste? Like, my dentist tells me I need to brush my teeth. And she has a little poster. It's a cartoon. It says you don't need to brush all your teeth, just the ones you want to keep. So why isn't me brushing my teeth so they don't fall out? Why is that not a necessity? And here's the thing, in New York, it's called a tampon tax because I guess Viagra is tax exempt, but not feminine hygiene products. So if we do it where we exempt feminine hygiene products, but not Viagra, I mean, is that just an opposite? I mean, that's not making things equal. That's just flipping who's getting discriminated against, basically. So I kind of have a problem with that. I'm okay if we exempt feminine hygiene products, but we should be exempting everyone, like other groups' needs, you know, like people with incontinence problems. They need their products just as much as women need tampons for menstruation. And I want to talk about the marijuana thing. We need full legalization. If you all vote for this, you should have no problem with me calling you a bunch of just say no Nancy Reagans who want to just decriminalize small amounts of marijuana instead of just making it fully legalized. So I don't want you all acting like you support legalizing marijuana if you're going to vote against it, basically, with this and say, no, we just want to decriminalize small amounts. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Mayor Shipley. I think normally we'd bring it here to the commission, but I do see Senator Marcy Francisco, and I suspect she may have some relevant answers to some of those questions. Unless anyone objects, I would defer to her in this moment, maybe before we ask staff. I'm sure she's quite educated on this.
Mayor Shipley, this is Senator Francisco. The one thing I can comment on that Mr. Flowers brought up was that the state is proposing at this point that the state sales tax be removed, not the city or county sales tax. So it would not affect the city or county in terms of revenue. And my understanding also is that the city and county doesn't have the same opportunity that the state has to eliminate sales tax on food without reducing it on other items. So staff can help you with that. I had another comment, and I don't know if you want me to start on that. So I appreciate Mr. Flowers bringing this up. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, good evening. I'm Senator Marcy Francisco. I want to thank you for adopting legislative priorities because they've been helpful during the session. I'm only commenting on the statement regarding emergency 911 services, and that's because I'm one of 4 legislative members on the Next Generation 911 Council. The council has taken a deep dive to review the 911 service interruptions in Kansas this past year. We will be issuing a report. The draft of that report states that the significant interruptions were caused by a combination of human errors, not system technology failures. I spoke with members of the Douglas County Emergency Management Team this morning and understand they agree that Douglas County did not experience system technology failures. There were not such system technology failures in the state, and they very much feel that the new system is an improvement for our county. I'm not sure what information you've been given. However, based on the council's review and the conversation with that emergency management team, I called and then emailed a suggestion to the city manager's office this morning that the last sentence on emergency 911 services be changed, replacing the wording, recent failures of the system are a call to action for renewed investments and upgrades, with the city supports continued investment and upgrades, and leaving the wording that this is to provide redundancy and state-of-the-art technology. I also suggested that the city manager could call Tony Foster to confirm our conversation. I don't want to mislead any of our Lawrence residents. Their 911 system did not experience system failures, and the 911 charges on their phone bills have been and will continue to be invested in upgrades to provide additional redundancy and state-of-the-art technology. Kansas is considered a leader in next generation 911 system technology. We should be proud of that, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Mayor Shibley, thank you, Senator Francisco. I appreciate you addressing that, and I apologize, everyone, that's a little irregular. So I think what we would normally do now is ask Commission, do they have any questions for staff or even our Senator here?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I see Senator Francisco's amendment to be friendly in nature, so I have no objections.
I guess I'd like to follow up on and I don't know who this would be, if it would be Tony Wheeler or not. I had heard some questions about what would then happen at the city and county level. So I believe I hear Senator Francisco saying, even if this passed, that the city, whether it wanted to or not, would not have the leeway or the right currently to remove that tax on those same products locally. Is there anyone who can make sure I'm understanding that correctly?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, that would be something that we would have to investigate further. And I know that Jeremy is on the call. I'm not sure if our finance director would have any information on that, but I don't have the answer for that at this moment.
Mayor Shibley, Jeremy, is that something you have any information on?
Jeremy Wilma, Finance Director. I want to make sure I understand the question. You're asking if the state passes a bill to remove the state portion from food and feminine hygiene products, could we pass an ordinance that would remove it locally? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I believe that's.
I'm not aware of any state law that allows the city to exempt any sales from tax that the state has deemed it to be appropriate. It would be very challenging for the state and the retailers to understand what's taxable and not taxable in the city of Lawrence exclusively versus any other cities in the state. So the only group that I'm aware of that can exempt taxation is the state of Kansas.
Mayor Shibley, my recollection was actually that Commissioner Foley brought this up years ago, and this was the same answer that we got from staff. So just to give him a shout out for thinking about this years ago. Of course, if we hear anything differently, I'm sure some of us would be interested to know, but that was my recollection. Are there any other questions or comments for staff or our senator? We haven't done full public comment here, so let's make sure we don't have any public comment.
Alex Kerr.
Good evening, Senator, City Commission, Alex Kerr, community member. This is just my opinion, but I never really liked this legislative priority statement because really it's just going to get to the legislator and really, get politicalized, and it's half of this stuff on this priority statement isn't really going to happen, even knowing if we have our senator fighting for this to happen. But it's really not going to, if you look at this seriously and take this into a serious way, that, most of the stuff isn't going to really ever, get passed by the state legislative, sorry. But really it's just, I never really liked this thing that, many years I've been a community member. So I just wanted to let this city commission meeting, know my stance on this legislative priority statement. Again, thank you, Senator, for coming to this. And that's all I have to say for this. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, Sherry, is there anyone else? I do see you, Marcy. Give me a second. Make sure we don't have any other public comment.
There's no other public comment.
Are there any other questions or discussion for the city commissioners? And then I might just ask our senator a question so she can continue any statements she has.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I just wanted to thank Scott for putting this legislative priority together. I've done legislative priorities for different organizations. They really set the tone for organizations, especially grassroots organizations, who to have a uniform voice and general consensus of what are the issues that impact them and what outcomes they're looking or they hope to accomplish and go in front of their elected officials to share. I've been a part of legislation that has passed on a federal level, as well as on a state level, as well as a local level. So there is value in a legislative action agenda, legislative priority agenda when you understand and you engage and immerse yourself in what the value of a collaborative voice and what a coalition of voices can bring. I wanted to say to Mr. Flowers' point on the feminine hygiene products, I can say that was maybe a little bit of bias on my end, knowing that there's been lots of talk for years on exempting tax on feminine hygiene products, since this is a natural occurrence in a woman's body, and that it should be exempt from taxation. I don't disagree with you on taxation, exempting taxation on other hygiene products, but I'm one person and I can talk a lot and I can make the list as long as it could be. But I also wanted to give my fellow commissioners the opportunity to provide their voice to the legislative priority agenda as well. So, but I stand firm in what I've chosen to add. This is important to a lot of women. Someone who donates feminine hygiene products, and I use my flexible spending account because I'm privileged enough to have a flex spending account. And at the end of the year, I utilize those funds to donate feminine hygiene products as well as incontinent pads. Unfortunately, incontinent underwear, I don't like to call them adult diapers. That seems to be a little bit degrading. So, adult incontinent pads or adult underwear, those are things that are exempt on flexible spending accounts and HSA accounts. Unfortunately, they're not part of this. I wouldn't be opposed if a commissioner wanted to add that. But I stand firm in the history and the ongoing coalitioning and advocacy around exempting feminine hygiene products from sales tax exemption. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor Shipley.
Mayor Shipley, any other comments or discussion among commissioners? I might just ask casually if Senator Francisco has any other thoughts on this.
Mayor Shipley and commissioners, thank you so much. I simply wanted to mention, and I appreciate that Commissioner Sellers acknowledged that Scott Wagner had a great deal of input into this. And so I was just suggesting he might have comments about the 911 emergency services. So thank you for that.
Mayor Shipley, I hear 3 items here we might all want to weigh in on, or more than 2 of us weigh in on. One was the short addition or change that Senator Francisco suggested on the emergency 911 service. I also felt that I heard at least one commissioner suggesting adding some other items to our exemption list. And maybe if there's any other comments about the emergency 911 or questions about the emergency 911 comments. Anything from commissioners that would help us move?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I don't have anything I want to add to the exemption list. I stand firm with exempting sales tax on groceries and feminine hygiene products.
Any other commissioners?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would support that.
Commissioner Fiegel, I have nothing to add to that, but I would be interested in Scott's comments related to the 911. It seemed like a friendly amendment to me, but I'd be interested in Scott's thoughts.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I concur.
Mayor Shipley, are you available there, Scott?
Yes, this is Scott Wagner, management analyst for the city. It's nice to see Senator Francisco on the call tonight, and I appreciate your service on the 911 emergency management services for the state. And I took a few notes on your comments and suggested tweaking of that language, and that makes perfect sense to me. This particular section of the statement was added about this time a year ago, and as I believe you stated, Senator Francisco, there were some outages in other parts of the state, certainly not in Lawrence, pertaining to the 911 system, and that caught local news coverage that made staff kind of go back and discover the recommendations from that 2018 post-audit report. And in working with kind of League of Kansas Municipalities staff, added that statement in our legislative statement last year. So that's just a little bit of background, but I think your tweaking of that language makes a lot of sense to me. And I just wanted to thank Commissioner Sellers for her support of our legislative statement. Staff does spend a lot of time each year putting this together, and words do matter. The statement, like I said a couple of weeks ago, this is your statement. This is not staff's. And these are your legislative priorities. And this is what we put forward to our Douglas County and other state representatives and senators in Topeka. So thank you for your support of this document.
Mayor Shipley, I don't want to ignore a couple emergency staff. I see interim chief Tom Fagan here, and I see Officer Heffley. Apologize, I don't know your new title, but I know you were the former interim chief. If I want to make sure that neither of you have any comments you'd like to make on the 911, seems relevant to your position.
Mayor Shipley, Adam Heffley, interim chief for about a week and change. But that's quite okay. We did have some conversation offline in reference to the statement Senator Francisco made, and I do support what she had said in reference to the outages that had occurred. I believe Interim Chief Fagan has some additional info, but I'm very supportive of those changes.
Good evening, Tom Fagan, Interim Fire Chief. We also had a follow-up conversation with Tony Foster with Douglas County Emergency Communications, just to get any further detail for our understanding. That information that he shared with us was consistent with Senator Francisco's information, that this information was really surrounding human capabilities and not infrastructure problems within the state system. And so I think the language update is appropriate. But I would stand for any questions on anything further.
Mayor Shipley, thank you both so much for weighing in. It's meaningful to me, and I'm sure others. In the interest of moving on, are there any motions at this time or further conversation?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I move that we adopt the 2022 City of Lawrence Legislative Priority Statement as amended.
Sherry or Scott, is that enough information for you?
This is Scott Wagner, Management Analyst. Yes, I will go back and review the video or get the comments directly from Senator Francisco, and we'll make that tweak and finalize the statement.
Excellent. Mayor Shipley, that suits me. Is there a second?
Vice Mayor Larson, second.
I have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldie?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. Gotcha there, Sherry. That's 5-0. Thank you, everyone, and particularly staff and Senator Francisco for joining us in that discussion. I know this is consent's taking a little longer than we might have thought, but I have been asked by a commissioner to have just a quick 5-minute break, and I want to be cognizant of other people's physical needs. So if no one objects, I'd like to go ahead and do that before we get started on the next item, which I predict may have some discussions.
How long?
difficulty there.
Just kept going on and off there, but I think we're good.
Mayor Shipley, I see Sherry's return there. Are we at our 5 minutes?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we're all here, but we'll need to do roll again. Sorry, Mayor Shipley. Vice Mayor Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Here.
Commissioner Sellers?
Present.
Mayor Shipley, I'm here too. Let's go ahead and move on. My apologies, not only to the people here for item B.6, which we're moving on to, but also to Commissioner Larson, who was interrupted earlier when we pulled it out of order. Commissioner Larson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to have staff talk about what the changes are to this document or this project or proposal compared to the last time we met.
Derek Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. Since the last time we met, we were having discussions over the non-exclusivity provision. Parks and Recreation and Sporting Cobb Valley have come to an agreement on that provision, which is in the memo, and I can read it if you'd like, explaining what that is. It is understood that nothing herein shall be construed or grant to the applicant any exclusive rights to use YSC or any portion thereof, provided, however, that the city agrees that if during the term of this agreement it commences to operate or to fund an outdoor youth soccer program at YSC that directly conflicts or competes with soccer programming offered by the applicant, then the applicant shall be excused without penalty from making any further payments for the construction or installment of the YSC turf soccer fields. The applicant recognizes that in that event, it shall remain responsible for paying any user fees and any other fees charged by the city hereunder for use of the YSC soccer fields, including the YSC turf soccer fields. Basically what that is, if Parks and Recreation starts providing programming of soccer at YSC and only at YSC, then Sporting Cobb Valley could walk away from the user agreement. At this time, we don't have plans. We do see other user groups using that facility, those two turf fields. So that's the change.
Commissioner Larson, thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. So, so that is the part of the contract that I'm struggling with. I think that other aspects of it, I believe staff has done a really good job at laying out some very definitive times, and Cobb Valley has agreed to that. But this part of the contract, which ties the city's hand for the term of the contract, I'm struggling with, and would like to hear what other commissioners have to say about that.
Mayor Shipley, any discussion from commissioners or responses on Vice Mayor Larson's prompt?
Commissioner Littlejohn, I would like to commend and say how much I appreciate how much work has gone into this from the staff and Sporting Cobb Valley as well. But yeah, it's gosh, I would probably would give me pause is the fact that both the turf fields would be taken up for certain portions of the year. It's well warranted, because if Sporting would be contributing so much money to that, I mean, that was, you can see how they would think that, but that would definitely give me pause. I know with our strategic plan, we are really committing to, equitable measures, and I want to make sure that we're living what we preach. So
This is Commissioner Sellers. There was one thing I keep going back to, because of course I'm coming in on this from the tail end of previous conversations and discussions since October on this project. One of the things that I kept seeing highlighted in the summary notes and in conversations between both parties is the piece around the 1 point. Let me make sure I get this right. Don't want to speak fuzzy math law on live TV. But we're looking at the investment of, what are we looking at? Essentially 1.5 million, but it's 1.4 and then 1.3. Well, for Sporting Call Valley, it's the $1.36 million to this. And I noticed in several of the notes and summaries, it talks about that Sporting Call Valley is taking on 97% of that cost. But I know that the city is going to be responsible for maintenance. What I assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maintenance on the turf as well as the grass fields. And so does that equate to 3%? Or I feel like 97% is not really, Sporting Call Valley is not really paying for 97% of the project over 10.5 years. So could you kind of explain that a little bit, what that fuzzy math is?
And Derek Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. Part of the math is the debt and debt service and issuance of the debt. And it's estimated by finance that the debt total cost me about $1.75 million at the end of the day. So the reality is that Sporting Call Valley revenues earned for or sent to Parks and Recreation, that'd be about 78%, and 22% Parks and Rec would be responsible for finding other users to rent that time to be budget neutral. At the same time, like you said, Parks and Recreation will continue to maintain the fields, the assets, the grass fields, the equipment of those facilities.
Thank you. And this is Commissioner Sellers again. So you touched on, I know there's the 1,800 hours that's in the agreement as well. I know some emails said 1,700, but I do believe it's 1,800 per the agreement of those priority hours. So based on the different fields that won't be used by Sporting Call Valley, in addition to the fields that would be freed up in this agreement, I guess I'm trying to understand peak hours. What are peak hours? What are good hours? And that was one question I just don't feel like I haven't received a clear answer of. So does this agreement, yes, it does open up more fields. Is that giving other clubs or other organizations the same opportunity to use those fields at the same hours that would, I assume, would be ideal, which is what Sporting Call Valley is wanting?
Derek Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. The 1,800 hours of priority hours are specified in the user agreement for Sporting Call Valley. Those are the hours, those are the times that is their priority. If they chose, another user group could come to Sporting Call Valley, and that could be leased to another user group during that time. The non-priority hours outside of those uses, say, for example, on a Sunday, could be rented by another user group, adult soccer league, or another soccer organization. On the grass fields, Parks and Recreation is going to do a much better job of managing hours and fields starting this year in 2022 to be more equitable. So although we have been non-exclusive with Sporting Call Valley, from the contracts that I've gone through probably since we began, there's always probably been a perception of non-exclusivity just from the number of hours and fields used by Sporting Call Valley. So our plan is, like the swim teams and other organizations, volleyball teams, is to request hours from the community organizations and to be fair and equitable with dividing those up on the grass fields.
This is Commissioner Seller. So hypothetically, let's say there's another small club in town and there's grass fields available during the time that Sporting Car Valley is not using it, and they want to do a clinic for children, and maybe they're targeting children 3 to 5, so early care, that early care and education stage, that preschool age. Based on this agreement, would that be allowed, or would that be something that would not happen because of the agreement with Sporting Car Valley?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. If the agreement as signed is approved by the City Commission, the only exemption to that agreement would be Parks and Rec providing recreational soccer at YSC on the grass fields or at that facility. Other user groups would be free to program the grass fields, rent fields from us in a user agreement equally.
Mayor Shibley, any other questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Littlejohn, Derek, have any other soccer clubs been in contact with Parks and Rec since the discussion has been entered into with Sporting Car Valley?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. Since this topic has been in the City Commission meetings, the Park and Rec meetings, advisory board meetings, we have been contacted by multiple organizations wanting to rent grass and turf soccer fields from the City of Lawrence. So we're aware of a lot more requests for use of fields.
Mayor Shibley, any other questions for staff?
Commissioner Finkel, I not a question at this point. I guess my comment, my thoughts on this change. I mean, and I guess it's probably depending where you're looking at, how you're looking at it. I mean, I look at it that Sporting Car Valley has basically had all of the fields, 15 fields, under their contract because they're hosting now doing youth activities, but they pretty much had exclusive use. And they've had exclusive use during the soccer season, even though the contract said non-exclusive. And that we are now moving to a situation where we will have fields available. Sporting Car Valley will now be by the hour, not by the season, basically. And we will have a lot more fields available for a lot more individuals, a lot more groups, and groups that are calling that would like to use the fields. I think we'll have more available for them. So, I mean, I see this as a step in the right direction. I see it as moving in the right direction. And so, I did not support the exclusive language that was proposed last time. But this time, what we've changed is Sporting Car Valley, under this agreement, is entering into 10 years worth of agreements with us to help us pay for the fields. I mean, certainly we could buy the fields ourselves, and which is what our CIP currently has. We could certainly do that. But here they're committing to us based upon our historic ability to have them run our kids' programs. And so it seems fair to me that if we ever decide not to do that, or decided to have someone else run the programs, or we wanted to run the programs ourselves, which I don't think there's any intention of, but if we wanted to do that, then they shouldn't be in that commitment, because now we're using the fields in a completely different way. And so, I think we're going in the right direction. We're opening more fields for more people, and now when they call, they can actually get the answer that say, yes, we do have fields available. When would you like to rent them? And it'll be much more equitable. Obviously, there's an option in which we would not enter into this contract and, just go forward with our 15 fields, not have 2 new turf fields, just have 15 grass fields, and then to run our rec programs, we would enter into a contract with Sporting Car Valley to run those programs, and we'd have no fields available for other people. And so we'd be in the same situation unless we wanted to cut our rec programs and cut our programs. And so I think this is a good step forward, and I support it.
Vice Mayor Larson, if we were to not have it, like you were saying, Commissioner Finkeldye, that if we didn't go forward with this and we didn't have any agreement, then you'd indicated that Caw Valley would have, again, total use of all 15 fields. But that's only if we went back to the agreement they had back in 2000. I think it was 15 or 16 or 17. I can't remember when it was last written up. But going forward, I think any contract that we write up would provide some of the guidelines or some of the mechanisms so that it is more on an hourly basis, which is what this is written up as, and I really appreciate that. I just don't like the idea of having any level of exclusivity in there and tying the city's hands, because we don't know what's going to happen in 5 to 10 years. And I'm not saying, as Derek had indicated, they don't have any plans for doing youth soccer, but I just don't like to see the city's hands tied by that. And I would prefer to have that removed and go forward with the rest of it.
Commissioner Finkeldye, I guess I don't see how it ties our hands, because if we want to do anything, the only thing is that they don't have to pay anymore.
Right.
And if we're using them, why should they pay for them? If we say we want to have someone else use their fields and we don't want you, do you want the agreement to say they pay for 10.5 years regardless if they use the fields? I mean, I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you're saying, so then the question is, do we want to build the fields? I mean, option one would be we build the fields ourselves. We amend the CIP, we build the fields, and we don't have any agreement with anyone to pay for it. I think that's an option. I mean, but the other option is we don't amend the CIP, we don't get the fields, and then we work to enter into an agreement. But I think that puts us in a worse place because we'd have 2 less fields to work with. And with 2 less fields to work with, especially not having the turf fields, we've decreased the accessibility to the entire public of these additional fields. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Commissioner Lawson. There are other options. But I don't see this as tying our hands. I just see this as long as we continue to go down this route, they pay. If we don't want to, anytime we could change our mind next week, and that would just let them out of the contract. It doesn't bind us to that. It just allows them to get out of the contract if we change our mind. That, to me, seems fair.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I guess having the opportunity to be on the outside and inside of these conversations, it seems to me, based on the history of what Sporting Car Valley was prior to 30 years ago, is that there was a sense of cooperation or cooperative agreement to say, hey, this club wants to, they're willing to enter into agreement with the city through the Army Corps of Engineers to provide and run, to run and provide soccer in our community. And that it's a great opportunity for public-private, or at least that cooperation. It's collaborative in the sense as well, because I know those two are not synonymous with each other, to run the program. And in those 30 years, there's been evolution. And so it seems to me that, and this is just, again, my perspective of it, is that we have an organization that has had history with the city and has provided, a mutual benefit to residents to do recreational soccer as well as having their club soccer. And, they have sweat equity built into the fields. And so it's like, this is a way to go. I don't feel like Sporting Car Valley is our only way into getting 2 new turf fields. And it almost seems like this agreement is predicated on that. And so, I know that there are other clubs, there's other club soccer leagues out there in our city. I don't know if the city has engaged them to say, would you be interested in collaborating with Sporting Call Valley? I don't know if Sporting Call Valley went to them. There's a lot of things a lot of variables that feed into this discussion for me that, I would like to have answered to get a better understanding. I don't think because of a 30-year relationship, good, bad, or indifferent, that, we have to do something because it's, we've been doing it that way for 30, 35 years. If there's an opportunity to expand collaboration and to share in the funding opportunity of this, I heard in the testimony several weeks ago of this sense of added expense for a community benefit. And, is there an opportunity to collaborate with another group? I would like to hear from the Sporting Call Valley leadership on that. Not that I think it's going to make any difference, tonight, but I would like to hear about that, because I'm hearing about a process of history, missed opportunity, lost opportunities to sign an agreement, almost 10 years ago. And, we're being equitable, public good. We're throwing around a lot of words and a lot of things, and it's not jiving with me. So I would just like to know, when Sporting Call Valley, when you thought about this, and I want you to be, not that you wouldn't be honest, but if this was an idea, yes, we looked at history and we thought this is what we want to do, and we didn't reach out to know about anyone else, then I want to hear that. But I don't feel like this is not collaboration in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And now that we do have other groups who are interested, I just want to know, what does that mean for them? And what would this agreement mean for them? And whether or not this was something that Sporting Call Valley looked into prior to.
Mayor Shipley, there's a lot there, and I want to remind us all that we'll have public comment on this. I don't know if I would like to restrict this to Derek if he has any particular comments to Commissioner Sellers. I know not in love with the word applicant here. The community group is here, and the director is here, so they'll get their time here shortly. Derek, did you have any particular response to Commissioner Sellers there?
And Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. We had talked about that, but I think that answer would come better from Sporting Call Valley than from me.
Sorry, Mayor Shipley. I do want to just make one comment, and then I would like the applicant, again, I don't like that, Sporting Call Valley Director to have some time here. I do want to agree a little bit, although maybe in a different way, with some commissioners' comments about public engagement, certainly as it regards our strategic plan, and I mentioned this last time. But what I would like to acknowledge there is this is a transition time, and that what Parks and Rec has worked out with this community group is very much in keeping with the expectations up till now, which is to form relationships with community groups and to try to leverage their support and cooperation. And that is the creative part of this that I appreciate. And I hope whatever happens from this moment forward, certainly Parks and Rec understands how much we appreciate their effort, and what maybe people don't understand is the way in which Parks and Rec does everything. I've said this before, almost cradle to grave services. They teach your kids how to swim when they're babies, and they take music classes, and they take care of you in the cemetery forever. They do everything, and for many years have just been squeezed for number one, expectations of really great services, and yet not the money that goes with it. So what's really important to remember here is that Parks and Rec is doing what we have asked them to do for many years. So with that, I do want to go ahead and let the director speak to some of the things he's heard, and also for all of us to acknowledge there's lots of other people who would like to make comments. So please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, commissioners. Happy New Year. It's Marcus Sedley, Executive Director for Sporting Cobb Valley. You did cover a lot of different topics. I've tried to take some notes because obviously we thought we were coming to talk about one specific addendum of a contract that we've been working on for almost 2 years now. So let me start by saying this. I'm glad that you guys understand our history. Obviously, we've been very invested in that complex for 35 plus years. I think as an organization, we take a lot of pride that we were very involved in the creation of that complex. And to Commissioner McWise, comments, yes, I think there has been a certain level of exclusivity because we had all of the soccer fields before. The Corps the city partnered with the Corps directly, and we have rented basically 15 fields every season since that time period. So we've used a lot of those fields, and I think in part they were kind of, I don't want to say given to us, but we certainly had priority use because of the financial commitments that we had made over time. If you back up just 2 years ago, and I want to remind people of this because I think this is an important part of the process, we approached the city about building 2 turf fields 2 years ago. The city said we don't have the money. And we said, okay, do we have the ability to go look to see what other options there may be? And we had 2 other options that we looked at. One, moving off the complex and going completely private and having the fields ourselves, total control of the fields. That was one option. Second option that we explored was renting directly from the Corps and doing the same thing. Once we got all the bids, we came back to the city and said, listen, I think that there's an opportunity that we can continue to partner. And that's when we kind of came up with this concept of what would it take? How much would it require? Is there a possibility of moving up a CIP? And how much would it cost Sporting Cobb Valley to do this? What are our real needs and how do we make that happen? So back in October, the City Commission asked us to find a way to make this budget neutral, which we've spent a considerable amount of time doing. But I want to make sure that people understand that, you know, our first priority as an organization is to meet the needs of our members. That's how we approach this from the very beginning. And any additional benefit to the community is great. And we really felt that like partnering with the community or partnering with the city would be beneficial because it would open up additional grass fields that hadn't been available. It would create 2 new turf fields that would now be available to the community since they do not have any. And it would accelerate the time in which 2 turf fields could be brought to the field or could be brought to the community. So we looked at this as being very advantageous to the community, but it also met our needs for our organization. And that's why we felt not obligated, but we felt that we could commit $1.36 million as a nonprofit. You know, I think the other thing that I want to say is there is nothing stopping another group from partnering directly with the city. You know, we've raised our money, we've saved money, we've been fiscally responsible. There's nothing preventing another organization from creating 2 more fields and putting them anywhere else, quite frankly. And if that's something that people would be interested in, we would be supportive of other private organizations engaging in those types of activities. But from our perspective, we've saved our money. We've engaged in the 2-year process to find a way to partner. We've spent an enormous amount of time working through language and hours and determining how we would schedule this and change our scheduling so that it would benefit not only our own membership, but the entire community. And then, you know, last week was kind of the last component of that, right? It was, we are down to one final component. The city has presented us with a contract. We disagreed around the exclusivity piece. We worked that out over the holidays. And I want to thank Derek and Brandon both for working over the holidays with me to get this language, you know, corrected, to come back to have this approved so we can have some fields start to be built. So it's a little difficult for us because I feel like we've invested so much time into identifying what our needs are, figuring out a way to pay for this, meeting, this is the third time that we're meeting with the City Commission, trying to meet every objective that the City Commission has presented us. And I think as an organization, we feel that we have contributed an enormous amount of time and energy and money into getting this done. So I want to start with that. Commissioner Sellers, you had asked about had we engaged other soccer groups prior to this. To my knowledge, there's only one other youth soccer organization in the community. We did not, and if you kind of heard what we were talking about initially, we were talking about how do we meet the needs of our own membership, and that started with, you know, we're out at YSI, can we partner? No, and that whole process that I just talked about. The other thing that I wanted to share was the other group that's in town decided to go another direction from our organization. They're kind of a branch of ours. And I know that there's been a lot of bad blood around that for several years. That same group is engaged in or explored multiple different private complexes in the last 5 years. You've probably read about some of them on East Lawrence or with Eudora or with KU. Not one time have we been approached. So sometimes it seems a little disingenuous to us for someone to be making that claim now when not one time have we been approached about the same opportunities. And here, after all of this time and commitment, it just doesn't feel appropriate to be kind of accused of not trying to be collaborative when I feel like that was how we started. We wanted to meet our needs of our members. We went directly to the city and tried to make this happen. And that's really, you know, what we've been trying to do, for the last, 2 years, basically. I don't know if that answers your questions. I think, again, I came in tonight with a contract that the city gave us, right? We've been working through these details for a good 6 months. It was a contract that Parks and Rec said, and the city said, this is the language that we're willing to present you. We went back and reviewed it, even though we didn't agree with all of it, because we are taking a substantial financial risk, and we signed it and returned it. So that's sitting there, ready to go, to get this approved and to move forward. And I would hate for that work to stop, progress, when there may be other opportunities for other groups who want to explore similar situations as ours, that they could do it on a different timeline and look at, finding ways that they can fund similar types of projects themselves. It just seems like we're stopping one project, I don't know, just at the last minute. And it's I'm sure Parks and Rec feels like, an enormous amount of time and effort has gone into making this happen. And at the last minute, at the last hour, we're having completely different conversations than we've had over the last 6 months.
Mayor Shipley, I appreciate all those comments, but I do want to give you just a couple more minutes because I can see this is thrown, your expectation here has been thrown off. So I want to be sure you get some time to speak specifically to the agreement that you made with Parks and Rec, which was, as you stated, a compromise somewhat directed by us at our last meeting. So I don't, again, apologize that this has thrown your concentration somewhat, but I want to be sure and give you an opportunity to speak directly to that compromise that you made and how you think that fulfills that discussion that we had.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it completely fulfills our concern, right? I know the last time that we met a couple of weeks ago, we talked a lot about our concern in committing those types of financial resources over that amount of time and not having any sort of protection whatsoever. And, because we've operated under a certain level of exclusivity, let's call it that, whether we call it that or not, there wasn't competition at that complex, in part because of the historical relationship that we had. Having that come up towards the end of our negotiation as something that the city could no longer do was frustrating for us because it was not part of, we thought that that issue had been resolved, right? So as we got into last week and that became a significant issue, and Randy and the city attorneys said that that wasn't a way that you guys could enter into that type of arrangement, then we sought to find some sort of verbal compromise, right? Which was, we can't prevent, and we're not trying to prevent someone else or another organization from running some of those same services. That's not something that the city can do. But to Commissioner Finkeldey's point, we did want some level of protection from the city starting a programming that would directly compete with us, that they absolutely could charge less for, because now we would be running it on turf versus grass, or they wouldn't have to pay for the grass. It just created a very dangerous situation for us. And it was during the last commission meeting that it was someone from the city staff recommended, could we give SKV an out if the city started a recreational program? And so when I went back to the board said, you know what, that's fine. What's most important to us is that we make sure that our members get what we've tried to promise them. And so the board reluctantly, and I will not say unanimously, approved that change in the language of Section 3 of the addendum. And so we went back to the city, I believe yesterday, and signed the agreement and forwarded it on. I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Shirley.
Thank you so much. Yeah, unless there are some other specific questions from commissioners for Mr. Dudley.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I don't necessarily have a question, but I just wanted to say briefly that in no way was I trying to accuse SKV or Mr. Dudley of not being collaborative with any other organization. Just like a lot of people on this call and those who might be listening to this meeting later on, we like a little context to understanding this. And so that was just me asking questions for context to understand the pathway of how we got to this point. And so, going back and looking at other video, looking at previous city commission meetings, getting the context from emails from SKV supporters, and talking with individuals in the community, I gather information to help me understand the story that's being told. And so I don't want you to feel that I didn't have any doubt that you were being collaborative, and not to paint or turn a light on someone else and to see that as being hypocritical. That was not my intent whatsoever. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. And if you felt that way, I do apologize that you felt that way, but that was not my intent. And the same for Derek with Parks and Rec. There was nothing that I want you to take that was being punitive. As a systems thinker, I'm again trying to understand different processes and how we engage in those processes. And so I'm learning how these processes are engaged in this agreement. And if that came off as being a little curt, that was not my intent. But as a systems thinker, I want to get to the meat, and sometimes it may not come off as nice and fluffy. So no ill will, but thank you, gentlemen, for your thoughts and your input tonight on this matter.
Mayor Shibley, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. I did have a question for Mr. Dudley. What was the amount of time of our previous agreements with the city's previous agreements with Sporting Cow Valley? Just to give it a little bit of context as well.
They had typically been 3 years in length. I know that there was a delay on this specific contract for a couple different reasons. I think this one has expired in part because of a change in city manager and process and procedure. And I think as Parks and Rec staff and city staff got into this new agreement and tried to figure out what it was going to look like in terms of turf, and that's where it started kind of morphing, because you start talking about a lot larger sums of money and a lot more time, and what types of fields are we going to be on? And so that's where we started really kind of looking at much longer terms, and because of the last commission kind of directive to make sure that this was paid for, budget neutral, we had to extend it out to a longer period of time to make sure that we could demonstrate that it would be budget neutral.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mayor Shipley, one more chance. Any other questions here before we move to comment? Not hearing anything. Let's Sherry, let's see if there's anyone there in the room.
No, Mayor.
Then with that, I will let you call the names because I can't see all of them, and I think you can.
As of yet, no one has indicated they want to provide comment on this item, but let me just ask again, please raise your hand if you want to comment on this item and you are on Zoom. What's the last name?
Alex Landazuri.
Okay. Alex Landazuri.
Thank you, guys. As you said, my name is Alex Landazuri. I just wanted to make a quick comment on this. After listening to the presentation, 2 weeks ago, and listening to the way everything was getting answered by Marcus tonight, he really needs to get over this self-entitled bullshit and work with the rest of the clubs in town. Based on what he said and what is going on here, he says that there's only one other club, and then immediately in the same breath says, oh, well, there's another one, but they left in bad blood. You know what? Put your big boy pants on, work with the other clubs. The city doesn't need to spend money on this. We've got enough other stuff we need to spend money on. Get the other clubs in, clear the 3% gap, and screw the rest of the history. They're not the only club in town anymore. This isn't soccer 30 years ago. This is soccer now. Be an adult, work with the other teams, and leave the city alone. If they want the help with the city to manage it, great. Otherwise, privatize it, do your thing, work with the other clubs, and be an adult. Thank you.
Alex Kerr.
Hello, once again. So this is I don't know what to really say about this. I feel like the city commission is making changes that this is a lot of stuff that's happening last minute, and it's kind of getting me off key, and I think it's getting a lot of people off key. I don't really know what to say. I don't know what to really say about this because it's so last minute, and I don't know what to say to the city commission about this. I just it's too much right now to. It's just so last minute. You really can't. I can't understand. I don't think the city or the other community members can understand that the process and what's going on. You know, and I understand the city commissioners fully what they're asking and the contractor here, but I don't know where I'm at. As a community member, I don't know where I'm at right now. So yeah, I don't know where I do not know where I'm at on this right now. So I really can't advise this commission on anything right now. So thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you, Alex. Sherry, anyone else?
That's it, Mayor. Did you see someone, Diane? Yeah, no, that's it.
Mayor Shipley, okay, then let's bring this back to the commission for discussion. I do want to hear more now from Vice Mayor Larson for her jumping off point, if she's interested in starting some discussion.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson, and I just stand by what I said at the beginning regarding that clause in item number 3. that prevents the city from considering or starting any or having any youth soccer programs. So that's the part that I would like to see not in the contract. The rest of it, I think, is fine. Like I said, I do agree that this is a great step in the right direction. Overall, appreciate all the work that both parties have put into this. I know it's been a long and drawn out process, but you know, that's where I stand.
Mayor Shipley, Bart, I mean, you kind of said something along, excuse me, Commissioner Littlejohn, that was rude. But any continuing thoughts on what you were saying?
Thank you, Mayor Shipley. Yeah, just thinking out loud, following along with what Commissioner Sellers said, we totally appreciate in supporting Cobb Valley and, you know, their leap of faith that they took 35 years ago with the city to go ahead and establish the YSI or help to establish it. But yeah, in speaking to what you said, you know, time evolves, and you know, one time that they were the major soccer club in town, but there are other entities and other players that we might have to consider. So that's the only thing that gives me pause is I appreciate all the effort that Parks and Rec and Derek and Mr. Dudley have put into this contract. I know it couldn't have been easy, and there's a lot of back and forth. But yeah, the only thing that gives me really pause is the fact that that there doesn't seem to be room on the turf fields for any other player other than Sporting Cobb Valley. And like I said, I understand if they're sinking that much money into it, that they would come to that conclusion. But I'm just hoping that there's some sort of middle ground we can hit on that. But that's me just thinking out loud.
I've been saving a little bit of this up, and Commissioner Finkeldye, let you have some last words here, but indulge me a minute. I did mention the last times specifically that I had concerns about community engagement, and I think that concern speaks somewhat to the concerns that Commissioner Littlejohn is expressing, and certainly some concerns from the public. Whatever the personal history is not relevant to me. What is relevant is that we do have a strategic plan. It's quite clear now that community engagement is very important. Many of our members of staff have now had some extensive training, some new training with how to implement those processes in a way that we now are starting to have an expectation to see. So it's clear that even from Parks and Rec's own admission that after this was sort of reported on and people heard about it, suddenly people were coming forward and saying, hey, we have interest in this. Does that mean they never had interest, or does that mean they were frustrated by the process previously and gave up? That's certainly something that I did hear from different members of the public, even members that are in this group. So I would like to, number one, go back to public engagement, not only because it would address some of the concerns that other commissioners have, and certainly with respect to equity of usage. But one assumption many of us have made in our discussion is that the city itself isn't interested in delivering this service on its own. And for optimal equity, that's what we would do. It's our it's our asset and we're responsible for it. Was it advantageous and successful to have other groups run that particular sport for many years? Evidently. But it may be now time to reevaluate whether we should be delivering that service. I took a moment to go back and look at Parks and Rec Master Plan, which I know that Parks and Rec is very aware of, but many of us don't talk about very often, and certainly may need to be revisited. I think it's 20 years old now. And even in its mission statement and some of its initial goals, equity and accessibility of use, and particularly I was struck by in our vision, our Parks and Rec, our vision, develop, administer, and enforce consistent policies and procedures to enhance department operations and efficiency. And regardless of the compromise and work that we've made with this group, that's not really the direction we're moving. What we're doing is creating different sets of behavior, not just within one park, but even between sports. I was previously concerned that, okay, if we make this deal, which certainly provides an asset, even I'm willing to go along with Commissioner Finkeldye on his argument there. What happens when every sport comes to us and says, hey, we're kickball. We want to run Lucy Hobbs Taylor Park. We're tired of arguing with other people over this facility. That could become messy real fast. And we had a plan for this, and it was in our Parks and Rec master plan. In Parks and Rec's defense, I always want to say, we do not give them the time that they need to enact this master plan in many ways. I've seen it for years. Things on this list that we have asked them to do, there are not enough hours in the day for them to do it, including marketing, which is something that this group is hoping to leverage to make money. So to me, we need to completely reevaluate, absolutely in the context of our strategic plan, and hopefully with the addition of discussion about the Parks and Rec master plan, about what we need assets to do and how we can have equity among groups, but even among the treatment of different sports, and presumably age. You know, our goal here is to encourage lifelong play and health. That's one of the great things about soccer, is that's what it does. If we reduce that to one group who operates only on their model, which is admittedly pay to play, and that works for them, it is a fair discussion to our community if that asset should be used that way, or if we'd like to see that expanded differently. And we really just didn't have that conversation. So I could go on and on about equity, but I think the crux of our problem here will start with public engagement.
Commissioner Finkeldye, I guess I think we're taking the question in a whole different, this issue in a whole different direction. Through those comments. The issue of, excuse me, what is that? With the issue that we have before us, and part of this is, again, back to the issue is, we have in our master plan building turf fields in our CIP in 2025 or 2026, whatever we're moving it from. And the question was, can we move that up? And the answer was yes, if you pay for it, if it's revenue neutral. And so we ask them to come to us with a revenue neutral plan to pay for it. And it seems fair to me, if we're asking someone to pay for it, they should have some protections in their agreement. If we don't want the fields, or we don't want them to pay for it, well, then of course it doesn't make any sense to give them protections for not getting anything. So, I mean, one option is we have 3 things on the agenda, right? Move the CIP into a contract to build it. We could do 1 and 2. We could build the field, and then we could say, you know, we could come up with a way to pay for it later and enter into agreements with people later. It's certainly not going to be a 10-year contract with somebody, but we could build the fields and say, hey, let's reevaluate the entire way we do soccer. And now we have some more fields to work with, and we'll figure out how to pay for it later. I mean, that's one option. I mean, option 2 is to say, you know, hey, we don't know how we want to operate soccer. Let's not build any more fields. Let's enter into new contracts with new people, you know, for soccer that's going to start here in the spring in a couple months. Let's open up and start a whole new discussion about how we play soccer in Lawrence, and who uses our fields, and how do we have Hobbit soccer. And maybe the answer, as you say, Mayor Shipley, is, you know, we start hiring coaches and we start running the program. I don't see that, but maybe that's an option. You know, so, you know, I think, I mean, I'm hearing what folks are saying. I mean, again, I'm reacting, I guess, a little bit like Marcus Dudley is, that we walked through a process to get us here, and I think what's before us is a great way to solve that process. To answer the question we put before Parks and Rec and we put before Sporting Car Valley, how do we have a cost-neutral field that you pay for that creates an amenity that does, I think, have some outside benefits? But that's the answer to the question. I think what's presented to us is a good answer to that question. If that's not the question we're trying to answer, if we're trying to answer, we don't need fields, we want to reevaluate how soccer is run in the community, fine. You know, that can be we can open up that discussion. We can have public engagement. We can, you know, walk through a whole new process on that. And I hear what you're saying, but I think if you know, that's the question. I'm comfortable with what we've got before us that answers the question we asked Parks and Rec and Car Valley to answer. I feel good with that. Again, if that's not the question we want to have them answer, this is an answer to a different question. And so I'm hearing a little bit from commissioners that they don't agree with the questions we're trying to answer here. And if that's fine, if that's the direction we want to go, I understand that. But if we have a specific question we're trying to answer, I'm very comfortable with this being the answer to that question.
This is Vice Mayor Larson, and Commissioner Finkel and I would agree with you 100% on that, with one exception. And that is, in addition to asking them to ensure that it was budget neutral, which I agree, seems like staff has done a good job on that. I have always been concerned about the exclusivity of any aspect of this contract, and so I'm still there even from the beginning. So that's where I'm at, is just, I think this whole contract is fine, good, with the exception, I would just like for that one part to be removed. I can support everything else, and I think it takes us forward in many ways with this soccer program.
Commissioner Finkel, I would, again, I'm thinking of it, I mean, it does seem to me unfair to ask them to sign a 10.5-year lease without some protection. Would you be comfortable with a 1-year lease with 9 renewals that didn't have that provision? Or do you think they should be signing a 10.5-year lease without any protection?
Vice Mayor Larson, as far as the length of it goes, I mean, that would be up to the parties to determine that. I just don't want to see that part of that one clause in the contract, and that's it. I just don't want to see the city committing to something that we don't know what's going to happen 5-10 years from now. And you're right, we could break the contract down the road and do our own if we wanted to. And I'm not saying we want to, given the amount of work that would take. But I just don't want to see that clause in there at all. And that's the only problems I have with this.
Commissioner Littlejohn, and alluding to what Commissioner Finkeldye said before, in terms of the years of the contract, I mean, that's all part of a discussion that can be had. And I didn't want to intimate when I spoke earlier that, I wanted to end things. I definitely I wanted to keep the process going. And I agree with Commissioner Finkeldye. Maybe we're asking different questions, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Because Commissioner Sellers and I definitely bring a different perspective. And we tend to, not saying that other commissioners don't, but we're new on the commission. We can look at things with probably a little bit newer eyes, and we can maybe see potential ways that, that can be navigated. So our process to go ahead and add that to what we're doing, I think is a good thing. And like I said before, I don't want this to be the end of a conversation. I just want it to be to add more layers to it, to make sure that we provide the most equitable and the best product for the city of Lawrence.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I have a question for Mark Hecker. And Mark, you're probably going to be mad at me because I didn't get to go back and watch the video from the meeting on the 21st, and I asked you this question. So give me grace. So we have budgeted for turf improvements in 2026. By moving this forward, do we vacate that funding set aside from 2026 by moving this up to now?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. Yes, what we would do is split that CIP item. So I think it's $2.6 million in the future year. So we'd bring 1.5 back to 2022 and reduce the one in the future.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I knew that was it, but I didn't want to misspeak. And I do appreciate Commissioner Finkeldye. I think in the way that you frame that, we are asking two different questions, and I have no qualms with whether or not the question has been answered or not. I do believe the question that was posed has been answered by going through this process. I think for me, I have concerns with the question because the question has presented an opportunity for precedence. And the precedence is that we gave an organization, we told an organization, if you create a budget neutral opportunity, we will take something that we budgeted for further down the road and we will push it up and address it. And that's the part that just doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't make me nauseous, and I don't want to say I'm not against it. I think the idea here is that we're not creating a precedent, but we've opened up something that the idea is that if there's something on the CIP that we plan to address, but if there's an organization that wants to expedite that for their benefit, then they can do that. And then it's dressed up, and I say dressed up, it's presented to be a mutual benefit for the community as well as the organization. And it is what it is. That's just something that personally doesn't sit well with me. I would sit down and have that conversation with anyone. But yes, as the question is presented, was it executed in a way that answers that question? Yes, it does. I think for me is I don't like the way the question came about. And so that's where I sit in this, is that, and then the other questions do allude to other things that I think Mayor Shipley did a wonderful job of laying out as it speaks to our Parks and Rec master plan, as well as our strategic plan, as we look at intentional engagement with our community on issues of these such. So that's where I am at this, and I don't want to belabor this anymore. So that'll be my last words on this for the night.
Mayor Shipley, I guess before I ask for a motion, I would only comment with regard to the specificity of the question that Vice Mayor Larson and Commissioner Fingeldijk seem to have a little bit of accord on is when we had this conversation originally, I brought up the concern that this moved something from the very end of the list, which had gone through a process of evaluating what the community, or at least the people doing the evaluating, thought was a priority. And this was at the bottom of that list. And what we've done now is move it to the top of the list. So if, as I think Vice Mayor Larson is kind of suggesting, in 3 years, something else happens, or even if that group splits up, we are then on the hook for something we didn't even intend to do for another 5 years. And so I just wanted to reiterate that concern, which I did voice in previous discussions. That's rather a lot of discussion. It was robust. Is there any motions perhaps?
This is Commissioner. So if I have a question, just for the sake of presenting the motions, I assume that these are 3 separate motions? Is this one main motion? Because I read it as 3 separate motions. I just want some clarification on that.
Yes, it's 3 separate motions. I think, though, again, depending how you're thinking about the question, some people would only be willing to enter into the contract if they had a way to pay for it, thus the agreement. I do think, as Marcus said, I think, they've signed the contract that we, the city, presented to them. If we, along Commissioner Lawson's, Vice Mayor Lawson's lines, if we alter that contract and submit it back to them, they may or may not sign it. And so I don't know that we want to vote on if it's important for people to have the contract in place before they approve a contract to build the fields. Then I don't think you want to vote on the first 2 until you have a signed contract. So although the 3 motions, now, again, a whole separate question could be, hey, let's build the fields. There's clearly a lot of people in the community who want fields. We were going to build them at some time. Let's go ahead and build them. Worry about how to pay for them later. I'm not suggesting that, but that's an option if everyone agrees with that. But it seems to me that if we're either not going to approve the contract as it is, then we don't want to approve the first 2 unless we're willing to go there without a signed agreement by Sporting Car Valley. Again, I can't predict whether or not they'll sign the contract if we follow Commissioner Lawson's, if we're even willing to offer that contract. And so, yes, 3 motions, but I think we have to think about what order we would take them. And another option would be to defer this and send everyone back to the drawing board. But I guess if I was staff, I would want to know, are we interested in building the fields without a guaranteed payment provision? Or do we want to just put off doing the fields, work on some new agreements on the grass fields, and reassess next year in the CIP about what we do with turf fields? I mean, we'll be considering the CIP in like 3 months. And so that is certainly not a motion. It's just a bunch of comments.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I agree, Commissioner Finkeldine. I didn't want to put you on the spot for a motion. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on it. I saw it as 3 separate motions based on our conversation, based on your conversation and points made.
Yeah. Commissioner Finkeldine, I see Craig has come on. Maybe he'll save me. He'll save us.
City Manager Craig Owens. I'm not going to attempt that, but the only thing I would add on that is you could make your approvals contingent upon the others being executed. You're authorizing me to sign these agreements, not requiring me to. So if you make them contingent upon the other 2 executing in your motion, then that would give me the authority to do everything if it all fell in line the way you expect.
Commissioner Finkeldine, well, that is helpful.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I don't want to put Vice Mayor Larson on the spot, but going through Commissioner Finkeldine's rationale and what Craig just said, I would be curious to know your thoughts on moving forward. I know that piece in Article 3 or paragraph 3, sorry, was a concern to you. So is this an opportunity? I guess I don't want to put you on the spot, but is this an opportunity with the contingency, or is it an opportunity for us to move the motion for item number 3 on this with the contingency of removing that line, since it seems to be a point of.
Yeah, definitely want to keep it budget neutral regardless of what happens here. And so the idea of having a contingency seems very reasonable and the way to go if there's other commissioner support for removing that. I don't know if there is really other commissioner support for removing that. There may be enough just to pass it as it is. I don't know. But it would definitely, for me anyway, if that were going to be removed, I would want to be contingent upon everything else going through.
Commissioner Finkeldine, I'm not sure that if we pass that, Car Valley will sign that agreement, but if the other option is not to present them agreement at all, I will probably support the motion if you made along those lines.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I concur with Commissioner Finkeldine.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Commissioner Finkeldine, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch everything. It kind of looked out on me.
Commissioner Finkeldine, I was saying I don't know that Car Valley will sign the agreement without that provision in there. But if the other option is not to have any agreement to present to them, I would support that because it doesn't sound like there's the votes to present it to them with that provision in there. But I guess that's what I'm suggesting. Commissioner Finkeldine, Mayor, I don't know if it's appropriate. I guess we could ask Mr. Dudley if he thinks they'd sign the agreement if we presented it to him without that provision. Might not make a difference. But. Mayor, is that okay to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was waiting for him to respond. I hope he's still here.
Sorry, Marcus Dudley, supporting Cal Valley. I guess I would need just a little more clarification, Commissioner Larson, on what language exactly you're talking about. It's a very lengthy, legalized, jargoned paragraph now. So I'd want a little more clarity on exactly what you're asking.
Vice Mayor Larson here. Sorry about that. I was looking at the agreement, and essentially it's the part in here that is that starts with however the city agrees, and it ends with at the rest of that sentence, which is about the exclusive or the that the city will not operate or fund outdoor youth soccer programs at YSC that directly conflicts or competes with the soccer programming.
So my understanding would be the entire rest of that paragraph would be mute at that point. Basically, it would just say that there's no protection whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just that there essentially it would be the first sentence would be there's no that Call Valley doesn't have any exclusive rights to the use of YSC, which is similar to the language that was in your original contracts, that it was a non-exclusive agreement.
So I want to make sure that I understand too, and maybe Commissioner Ficolai, you could better articulate this, or I don't know if Randy's on or not. My understanding is it is non-exclusive. Like anybody can come in here and do whatever they want. The only stipulation was if the city decided to run it there, that we would have the opportunity to say, well, we're concerned that we wouldn't be able to fulfill our financial commitment if we had to then compete directly with the city. And just so you guys understand, the reason recreational soccer could be cheaper if the city didn't charge us for the space, right? I mean, that's what we're getting at. If you don't charge us for the grass, we can pass that savings right on to our members. But if the city ran recreational soccer, they wouldn't have to charge themselves for the grass. That's the concern. So they immediately could undercut the very base that we're trying, the very base that helps us commit the money every year. And so my understanding with this provision was if the city does this, then we have the ability as the user group, the applicant, to say, okay, then we don't have to commit to all of the money that we're paying you, only what we use. So if we only used 1,500 hours, we would only pay for 1,500 hours. If we used 2,000 hours, we would pay 2,000 hours. But it would just change the whole financial quarterly commitment based upon our complete usage. So it still falls back to what the city would be doing consistently with everybody else. Is that your understanding, Commissioner Ficolai?
Commissioner Ficolai, that's how I understood it. That's been my argument. Maybe Randy could weigh in on his interpretation. Again, I don't see it as binding us to anything. It only gives an out if we make a choice, which we have the right to make. But Randy, you have thoughts on that?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, Mr. Dudley stated it correctly. That's the way we arranged this. Originally, there was going to be nothing like this. Call Valley came back and wanted us to limit competition from other parties, third parties, and our own competition. Well, we obviously can't do that with third parties, and we can't do that with the city because providing soccer is a governmental function, so you can't tie the hands of future commissions. By this clause, we're not tying the hands of future commissions because they can go ahead and do a soccer program if they decide to without violating the contract. The situation then it provides protection to Call Valley, who's putting up some money for the fields, and that if the city does decide to provide a soccer program for youths out there that competes with their program, they can step away from this portion of the contract where they pay for the fields. The city would be still paying for the fields and would have it, but then they would still, if they rented fields from the city, have to pay for it. So it would just excuse them from their obligations relating to the construction and the installation of the fields as has been proposed. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense?
Commissioner Finkel, that makes sense to me, but again, I think we're trying to address Commissioner Lawson's concern, so maybe she can follow up with some questions.
Yeah. Mr. Larson, yeah, Brandy, I hear what you're saying and appreciate that. And if to be frank, if I were Mr. Dudley, I'd want this clause in here as some sort of protection, but it does kind of create some level of monopoly, having one party not be allowed or not be allowed to start a youth soccer program. But yet, you're right, we can get out of it by essentially starting one, and then they would not be obligated to pay for the fields. I can appreciate that. My preference would be that just not be in there to start with, and then we don't have to deal with this down the road.
Commissioner Larson, maybe this analogy would be easier to explain. If any other third party came in there and wanted to run recreational soccer, they could, but the fees would be the same, right? Because the city would be charging the fees to the same user groups. There would be equality in terms of that. In this situation with the city specifically, there's no way to create equality. So that's where we are asking for some protection. Anybody else, fine. It could be multiple groups that want to provide it. We've said, okay, that's fine. We've just said, if the city goes to do it, we would like a way out, because there's never going to be a way that it would be an even playing field for anybody, because the city wouldn't have to charge themselves for the space. And that's why we narrowed it down to just that one group. And if they did, then we would have the option to leave our total financial commitment. But what I think would probably happen realistically is that we would leave part of the agreement, not all of the agreement, because we just wouldn't be providing as much of those services. And that's what I think Commissioner Finkel was saying, is that if we don't need grass space because now the city's using it, why would we be paying for grass space that we're not using? The city ought to be paying for that, or another third party ought to be using that instead of us paying for someone else to have that space. I think that was the intent behind the clause.
Mayor Shipley, Vice Mayor Larson, are you still in the same space?
Vice Mayor Larson, yes, I am. Yes, I am. But like I said, I don't know where other commissioners are with that specific concern of mine.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I don't necessarily have a problem with the clause that Mr. Dudley and Commissioner Finkeldye are addressing. I understand why that's in there, and honestly, if we did come up with the league, then that makes sense that they could be, let go from that, and we could kind of do our thing because we own the facility. We're putting up the money to build the facility. It's all I'm really thinking of is how badly do we want to build this facility? Do we want to build it now, or do we want to build it 4 or 5 years from now? And additionally with that is, it's probably my part of hesitancy has to do with the solitary nature of the turf fields themselves in Sporting Cog Valley on those two pieces of property. I just would like to see it opened up for more opportunity for other clubs or other entities. But like I said before, I don't want this to be the end of the conversation. I hopefully we can let this mature into another conversation regarding a different question as Commissioner Finkeldye posed. Because, I think what Sporting Cog Valley and Parks and Rec and Derek have put together is awesome. And it's just, I'm just not quite all the way there. And honestly, we've accomplished a lot in about 6 months. Usually this process is a little bit more drawn out. But we've really done a lot in a short amount of time. So I just wanted to explain where I'm at.
I hear a lot of impasse, but I want to always give Commissioner Finkeldye a moment of artfulness, which often he finds.
Commissioner Finkel, don't set me up like that when I don't have an answer. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a good solution. I mean, I think we could, well, again, I don't know, I guess, Mayor Shipley or Commissioner Sellers, where you're at on asking us to go back to answer a bigger question, or if we're looking for a solution to the one question, then, you know, if I make a motion to accept it as it is, that's going to fail. If Commissioner Lawson makes a motion to remove that one provision and make the other two contingent, you know, I would vote for that, but I don't know if there's 3 votes. Is there a third vote for that? And maybe we could just try that and see. Or is it put this all off until we can come back with a bigger package that addresses more of these issues in total? And that, I think, would be a motion to defer and ask staff to bring back something that addresses more of the concerns. So I think it'd either be one of those, that Commissioner Lawson's makes a motion and we see if it passes, or there's a motion to defer all these items and ask staff to come back with a bigger solution to answer different questions.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I don't think tonight will be, for me, answering the other questions that were brought up this evening. I think at this junction it's not going to change the way I see my vote going. You know, I agree with Commissioner Larson. The exclusivity piece is not sitting well with me, because of some of the pieces that Mayor Shipley has brought up as far as outlining our intentions of our strategic plan and how we respect a process such as the CIP, and how we go about identifying those, how do we identify priority for projects. And I understand that there may be opportunities to allow for a variance. And I think this was that, and we see what that has done. And of course, you know, Sporting Cobb Valley probably wasn't expecting there to be a transition of commissioners during this process, but that's the nature of this, and we have to go with it. So to your point, Commissioner Finkeldye, I think the first motion, as you stated, would fail. You know, I can see the second motion with the removal of language that Vice Mayor Larson brought up. I could see that as well. But I think in my heart of hearts, I would move to defer. And that's where my vote would be.
Mayor Shipley, I know you're not waiting for me to tell you. You heard what I said. I'm not going to say. Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have a final comment on that?
Do I have a final? I think I've made myself pretty clear. I'd say it's you know, I think the process itself is valid. I think there needs to be a little bit more work done on it. But I like where it's going. Like you said before, Mayor Shipley, I love the creativity. I love the willingness of staff to engage with, you know, private entities such as Sporting Cobb Valley, and, you know, to find workable solutions, because you know, having that all across the city, different parts of our city, you know, is going to be nothing but advantageous. So But alluding to what Commissioner Sellers said as well, I'm not sure if we're going to find that solution tonight. So I would vote to defer as well.
I want to make sure we're giving staff, and particularly Sporting Cow Valley, the clearest direction when we walk away from here as we can. Because something like this can feel like an utter dismissal. And I agree that that's not the case. But I do acknowledge in these situations, that's what it can feel like. So I do want to be sure we're giving as much direction to staff as what, in a continuing conversation, what we would like, either what we would like specifically addressed or how we would like it addressed. In my case, I feel like the public engagement piece is part of our strategic plan. We have to start doing it. It's what we do now. We have to start sometime. So that's kind of what my suggestion would be. But again, absolutely acknowledging the great deal of work that's gone into it already.
Commissioner Finkel, it would seem to me, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but one of the questions we set out to answer was the ultimate answer has to include revenue neutral. And I know that's important to Vice Mayor Lawson. Is that important to the other commissioners? Because if that has to be one of the things that checked off, that leads us down a path that's different than if that's not a requirement of that discussion. And so I know what Vice Mayor Lawson says sits on that, I guess, but I guess I'd want to know what, it seems like that would be a helpful thing for staff in Sporting Cow Valley to know as they take to the next step from the other commissioners.
Mayor Shipley, man, I like you. I so love it when you ask the right question. I thought about this a lot especially when I was looking at the Parks and Rec master plan, and I've said stuff like this before. You know, to a certain extent, it feels like the old way of treating services we're trying to give people is to get money wherever we can, use it wherever we can. And that throws out priority, and it throws out focus on what we really can do the best. Instead of doing a lot of little things we can do kind of okay, do the things we do really, really well. And so when you ask me a question like that, to me, the question is, and the fact is, there are some services that, as hard as Parks and Rec tries, and they do have a plan for recouping money through fees and other things, to a certain extent, there are some things, some sports, swimming's a great example, it just ain't gonna pay for itself. No matter how hard we try, there's a certain margin that we are gonna eat. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is that? And you know, we're not a business, we're a service, we're government service, and not everything we do is going to be revenue neutral. Great if it is, amazing, but that's not the most important thing to me. For this group, what I thought was something important that Mr. Dudley said was our mission is to serve our members. Well, that's great, that's his mission. That's not our mission. Our mission is to provide a service to the community. And so I want to make sure we keep our eye on that. What's our mission? And how does that interact with this particular or other group's mission? Is it always going to pay for itself? Probably not. And so there's a certain amount of that I'm okay with, is what I'm saying.
But this is Commissioner Littlejohn. And it's not to say that, you know, I mean, I wouldn't be that definitive. It might pay for itself down the line because there's been shown to be an interest made by multiple parties in an artificial turf field or multiple artificial turf fields. So there is that market there. So yeah, that's a great question posed by Commissioner Finkeldye and Mayor Shipley adding that. I definitely wanted to come in and add it. I don't want to leave Sporting KC out of, or Sporting Caw Valley out of this. I just want to expand the conversation a little bit because maybe it doesn't, alluding to what Mayor Shipley said, have to be revenue neutral, but we can find some way for it to be equitable. So I would love to have that conversation.
Mr. Commissioner Sellers, I hope you guys aren't waiting on me. I guess you are. I think for me, it's a matter of margins. Yes, budget neutral. And this might be a question for if Mark is still on. When I look at the CIP for 2026 and it has YSI on it with major renovations, was the intent that artificial turf was going to be a part of those renovations? Because if not, then I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I think for me, it goes back to, I concur with what Mayor Shipley said. There's a lot of different pieces here as far as how this was identified, community engagement and all that piece. But I think as we go back and look at this, one, yes, we need to look at what are margins for us, the length of the agreement, how does that relate to monies that we had set aside in 2026 to do this. I think there's a lot of different things, variables that at play that if I was on the commission at the time this was first proposed, that I would have asked these questions and I would have had these answers already. And then maybe my vote would have been different tonight, but I wasn't there. And based on the information I have, I don't feel comfortable and confident in giving a vote any different than a deferral. Because there are some things with this agreement and that does not sit well with me. And I feel like this gives me an opportunity to talk, if Mr. Dudley would like to, talk with him, to talk with Randy, to talk with Derek, to get a more solid understanding on this. 2 weeks wasn't enough for me. And based on the 2 weeks I had, month before, and even 4 weeks total, I don't feel like I would have given an affirmative vote tonight. So I need more information, I need more time. And if this allows us to get us to the point of an agreement, then I'm willing to do that. If Mr. Dudley and Sporting Caw Valley is not willing to do that, then that's a whole nother journey that we'll have to take. But I don't feel like there's a sense of being hamstringed, and I don't want to feel hamstringed right now. And it seems like there's a lot of different pieces that several commissioners are not comfortable with. And so I feel like this is a way to us to defer this, go back, go over these pieces, and hopefully come up with something that is mutually beneficial for the community as well as for Sporting Caw Valley.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. To answer your question, that future project basically envisioned putting turf on these 2 soccer fields and then also adding turf to baseball infields. So we're looking for playability of the complex. What impact we best have with the turf we put in. So in other words, we can put more play on those 2 full-size soccer fields because they're turf as opposed to grass. And also with baseball, we don't have the rain out issue if we put turf on the infields. We probably leave the outfields grass. So that's what that project was contemplating, is how do we get more use of the complex we have? So maybe we pull more Sporting Caw Valley to those 2 fields as opposed to 15 fields. So that's what that was looking at. So I think, we're on track either way we think about this.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Mark.
Mayor Shipley, so I'm hearing deferral, although I'm not hearing a motion for deferral. And maybe I'd like to check with Derek and see, Derek, did we give you enough information? Did we come to, I mean, we were willing to pay for it 6 years from now. So having a partner is still, even if it's in 2 years or 3 years, is still good. And I'm saying I don't need it to be revenue neutral. I hear that from some people and not others. So I want to make sure you have what you need.
I'm Derek Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. I appreciate your comments and the commission's debate tonight. I believe I'm hearing correctly on the public engagement and trying to work with other groups. The one thing that I do think that does need to be brought up is the contract with Mammoth, the price, they've held the price steady. That may change depending on how long we defer for. So again, just something to contemplate.
Mayor Shipley, thank you for reminding us of that. Is there a motion here?
Commissioner Littlejohn, I would move to go ahead and defer this item.
Mayor Shipley, second. A little unusual, I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Littlejohn?
I gotta unmute myself. Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley, aye. Mayor Shipley, aye. Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Fingold, aye.
I'm going to vote nay just to register that I would have voted aye on the motion before, so nay.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
That passes 4-1. I think we're all hoping to see and hear more about this and that it not deflate. I think we've been at this another hour and a half. Does anyone else need a break, or do we want to do maybe comments and then maybe take a little 5-minute break? Does that sound okay to everyone? Next up, we have public comment. Sherry, do we have any public commenters?
We do.
My name is Michael. I just wanted to say that I hope we spend a little bit more time talking about things that are affecting the citizens. Soccer field's great. 2 hours on something that's been gone over several meetings in the past seems a little much. There's a lot of pressing issues that the city has that aren't being addressed. That's all I have to say.
Alex Kerr.
Is this general public comment or public comment on this agenda item?
This is general public comment, so you can only speak to items that are not on the agenda.
I just wanted to make sure there was no one told me. So hello, good evening again. I would like to talk about the snow sidewalk ordinance. And I'm going to start off from a community member perspective. To me, it's a really a shame to see this snow sidewalk ordinance, and some people may disagree, some people may not disagree. I understand why the city put this ordinance in place, which I believe is to make sure the public is safe and the sidewalks safe for the public. But as a professional in law, a law professional with expertise in human rights and criminal law, so I'm going to advise this city to look at maybe reviewing this ordinance again, because what I'm seeing there are some parts of this ordinance that could be taken in legal actions by a member of the public. And I'm not going to lie, no offense to the city's legal department, but the city's probably going to lose. I would, and, you know, I'm just putting this out of, I would like the city's legal department to look over this another time. And it's really just not me who thinks this needs to be reviewed. It's, you know, other community members, other law professionals, you know, law professionals, legal professionals, you know, that have been working in, you know, law for years, longer than me. So it's, I would recommend as a legal assistant that the city's legal department look at that ordinance again, because I do feel like if there was a legal challenge, the city would lose, and legal challenge the city would lose. But that's just my opinion as a legal professional, you know, and I don't know if the city commission agrees. I would hope Commissioner Finkeldie would, and I'm just really saying this out of a legal standpoint, you know. But yeah, that's all. Mayor Shipley, thank you. Vice Mayor Larson, thank you. City commissioners, thank you. That is all I have to say for general public comment.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Okay. Mayor Shipley, great. Then let's, I hope you guys don't mind. We just have a lot more discussion, I think. So is 5 minutes okay with everyone, or does anybody need 10 minutes? Okay, I'm here in 5. So let me look at my clock here, Sherry, so I get back at the right time. I have 8:40, so 8:45? Great. Mayor Shibley, I think I see everybody here, and I'm over by about a minute. So let's go ahead and do roll. Vice Mayor Larson,
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldye,
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn,
Here.
Commissioner Sellers,
Present.
Mayor Shibley. I'm also here. Oh, whew. Okay.
Mayor Shipley, you're on mute.
Of course I am. I think we can move on now, Mayor Shipley, to regular agenda item number 1, receive a letter from the Community Police Review Board regarding the project to revise the board's authorizing ordinance and provide direction as appropriate. Someone from staff want to give us background? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to provide a couple of comments briefly and then turn the floor over to the Chair of the Board, Ginny Robinson, who is with us this evening. I also want to acknowledge there are several other board members with us, and I know that at least one board member wanted to attend but is traveling internationally this evening, is unable to do so. So I'm sure that he sends his regrets. So the item before you is a letter from the Police Review Board seeking guidance on next steps for their ongoing effort to develop recommended changes to their authorizing ordinance, to the board's authorizing ordinance. I'm speaking as the board liaison, the staff liaison to the board. And I've worked with the board for the past year and a half. In that time, they have worked in response to a charge from the City Commission received in the summer of 2020 on this project. And to roughly summarize this charge, because it did sort of develop over multiple meetings, and the agenda report kind of covers that timeline of discussions at the commission level for your reference. So to summarize it, the commission requested that the board review its authorizing ordinance and bylaws, as well as requirements for membership and appointment to the board, and recommend changes that would improve the board's ability to provide citizen oversight of and improve community trust in the Lawrence Police Department. In developing these recommendations, the commission charged the board with engaging city staff, community members, and the consultant team that was conducting the comprehensive study of the LPD. As you may remember, Citygate Associates conducted that study. They were engaged in October of 2020. And their final report was submitted May of 2021 and included 75 recommendations. Of those 75 recommendations from that report, several focused on enhancements to the systems of police accountability and oversight, including some recommendations specifically related to the Community Police Review Board and the citizen oversight structure. So related to its current role in reviewing complaints against City of Lawrence police officers, the Community Police Review Board is authorized to review appeals of completed internal investigations into incidents of racial or other bias-based policing. And so the board would only be engaged if a complainant appeals the result of a racial or other bias-based policing to the board. Recommendation number 71 in the police study specifically addresses the board's ongoing project and suggests a collaborative approach to develop recommendations that would enhance accountability and oversight, transparency, and trust between the community and the police department. The board has discussed this recommendation with staff through a series of board meetings over the past several months. And the board is seeking guidance from the commission this evening regarding the interpretation of that recommendation and clarification of expectations for next steps in their ongoing effort. And so I just wanted to kind of provide that background and context, a little bit of history, and then ask Chairperson Robinson to review the board's request in their letter and the issues that are pertinent to this discussion.
This is Community Police Review Board Chair Jenny Robinson. Thank you, Brandon, for that introduction. So I've just prepared just a brief overview to read for both you commissioners and the public listening, just to kind of reiterate what we're looking for tonight and why we're here. So like I said, my name is Jenny Robinson. I'm a social worker and I'm chair of the Community Police Review Board. I've served on the board since August of 2020. In the last year and a half, the board has worked to create a new draft ordinance by holding monthly meetings with city staff and representatives of the Lawrence Police Department. We've conducted independent study of best practices for police review and oversight boards and worked with city staff to create a Lawrence Listen survey through which we receive feedback from hundreds of community members. Our planned next steps prior to receiving the Citygate report were to conduct a series of focus groups to engage directly with stakeholders, such as the Lawrence Police Department, the Lawrence Police Officers Association, and community leaders, in order to receive feedback and recommendations on the board's ordinance. We believe that this process will shed light on the perspectives of various community members, including law enforcement, and will provide the City Commission information and background to consider when we submit the new proposed ordinance. So tonight we seek clarity on next steps. Citygate recommended that the board stop its current process and convene a working group focused on the reconstitution of the Community Police Review Board. The members of the CPRB agree that working to improve the draft with input from community stakeholders, including law enforcement representatives, is the next thing we should do. Their recommendation, however, that we abandon the working draft is what brings me here tonight. So we're concerned that due to the extremely limited time the consultant spent with the board, errors in their report led to questionable conclusions. Citygate failed to understand 5 key points. First, our relationship with the Lawrence Police Department, which we do not agree is characterized by friction and mistrust. Second, our extensive working process beginning in June of 2020 that considered best practices of other similar community CPRBs, engaged with our own community in public meetings and through a Lawrence Listen survey, and included review by the district attorney and evaluation by city attorneys. Third, Citygate never compared the original ordinance with the revised version, so they incorrectly described the changes in the draft ordinance. And fourth, the consultants did not understand that there was only one working draft that responds to and revises the original ordinance, as the board was encouraged to do by the City Commission in 2018 when the ordinance was passed. And lastly, they failed to recognize our plan to work with law enforcement and other stakeholders to improve the draft before submitting it to the City Commission. We don't want to waste time or resources by engaging in 2 separate processes. So we request direction from the City Commission. However, we're directed to proceed. We share with staff, this commission, and law enforcement the goal of creating a final draft ordinance for the commission to consider, one that will establish a community police review board that serves everyone in our community. Thank you. That's all I have prepared.
Go ahead.
Sorry, this is Jenny Robinson. Would welcome any questions you have. I'll do my best to answer, and there are other board members here present in case I need backup.
Mayor Shipley, I'm trying to think in terms of fairness of our process here. Do we want to have the board members speak freely as an applicant here, or I'm sorry, talking to my other commissioners here for a second, Jenny, or do we want to impose the 3-minute rule? I'm trying to be fair here, and it is a very important topic of conversation. So I didn't know if this was something staff was assuming that we would just let them all speak freely, or if they were anticipating a time limit.
This is CPRB Chair Jenny Robinson. I think we had decided that I would go ahead and take the lead on questions tonight, and then if there's anything that we need clarification from another board member on, or if someone else has something they would like to share, I think that would be an option for sure.
So in that case, are there any questions for Jenny or other people, other members that are here? Or Brandon?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Jenny, could you please indulge me one more time? And could you go over some of the concerns that the board has with the City Gate report and how they presented their interactions with you? I didn't quite catch everything.
Absolutely. And I'm happy to share my little intro with you as well, if that would be helpful, because it's hard to keep it all in your head. And I can expand on a couple of these points as well. So we're concerned that, they characterized our relationship with the Lawrence Police Department as, having friction and mistrust, which we don't agree with. We also feel like they didn't take into account our extensive working process where we, took a look at other best practices for CPRBs in other communities similar to our own. And they didn't take into account our engagement in public meetings and through our Lawrence Listen survey, and then our work with city attorneys at each of our meetings. So as far as so they never compared the original ordinance with the revised version, so they incorrectly described changes in the draft ordinance. Just to expand on that a little bit. It's on different pages of the report, but on page 107, item 10.2, Citygate lists 4 purposes of the board under new proposed ordinance. So the first 2 and the 4th are not changes that we made to the original ordinance. And the 3rd is an important change we made to kind of expand our scope of review. But they omitted that the other large changes that we made, as in we want to review all completed investigations. We removed the background check requirement for board membership. We added public accountability via reports and a forum, and expand the board from 7 to 9 members. And am I giving you the amount of information that you're looking for? Is this okay?
Yeah.
And then the last point is that it didn't seem the consultant understood there was only one working draft. So they state they're concerned after listening to multiple perspectives that we recommend both sides stop unilaterally creating new versions of an ordinance. So this makes sense only if someone else is creating a new version of the ordinance, and we've never been advised of that. And yes, and then lastly, they failed to recognize our plan to work with law enforcement and other stakeholders to improve the draft before submitting it to the City Commission. So we had already planned to do that kind of engagement. Does that answer your question, Lisa?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, yeah, thank you, Jenny, appreciate it.
Hi, Jenny, this is Commissioner Sellers. I have a couple of questions. You had mentioned in your follow-up to Commissioner Larson's question that during this process, you did engage in community engagement. Can you explain that process to me and what was done in that realm?
CPRB Board Chair Jenny Robinson. Yeah, so we have public monthly meetings, obviously, and then we engaged in, we put out a Lawrence Listen survey last, oh gosh, I don't remember the dates. I believe it was last summer. And we received input from hundreds of community members via that survey. So that was very useful. And we did a lot of work to outreach community members who maybe would have more difficulty accessing computers, maybe have difficulty getting that message out to. So we really tried to be intentional with that work.
This is Commissioner Sellers again. So to follow up with that, I did read in the notes that you had hard copies as well as the online Lawrence Listen. Can you, or maybe Brandon would be able to answer this, how many survey responses did you have online, and how many hard copies did you receive back?
That Board Chair Jenny Robinson, that's a great question. I was kind of in charge of getting the paper surveys out, so I have that information, but I don't have the number of completed online surveys. If you give me just a minute, I can find that information. And Brandon, you could find, okay, the online, just one second.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Jenny, if you can multitask, can you tell me where some of the where were hard copies dropped off at?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like there were 24 completed paper surveys. And sorry, Jenny Robinson, board chair. There were 24 completed paper surveys. And then I entered those via the website. So we took paper surveys to the Lawrence Public Library. Let's see, I'm just going off my Excel sheet. ECAN, Independence Inc., the Lawrence Community Shelter, and that is all the places that we were able to connect with to bring surveys out to. We reached out to several others, but weren't able to get connected.
This is Commissioner Sellers. When you say you reached out to several others, what were some of those organizations? Was it like Black Lives Matter, Sanctuary Alliance, university groups?
Yeah. This is Jenny Robinson, board chair. We reached out to Burt Nash, the Dare Center, Catholic Charities, Recovery and Hope Network, Sexual Trauma and Abuse Care Center, Willow, Haskell Student Body, KU Student Body, KU Black Student Union, KU Multicultural Center, NAACP, Lawrence Chapter Black Lives Matter. And some of these would have been, actually, sorry, let me clarify. Some of these would have been not just paper surveys. So like they would have dispersed information about how to complete the survey online for some of these organizations as well. Lawrence Chapter Black Lives Matter, Kansas Appleseed, Justice Matters, Victory Bible Church, Black Lawrence Arts Collective, the Left Hub Facebook group, Peace and Justice, the Facebook group, and the original LFK for Dummies Facebook group.
This is Commissioner Sellers. So when you say they didn't respond, was it the idea of, what was that process? Was it an opt-in? Was it that you were coming to speak to their groups? Was it, oh, here's a link, we appreciate it if you would drop this to your network? What was the process around that engagement?
Yeah, Board Chair Jenny Robinson. So I want to clarify that some of these, I didn't reach out personally to, and I'm not seeing in my notes clarification on follow-up, but I believe most of the last ones that I listed were, they were in reach out via email or a Facebook post, just providing that information. The organizations that I listed earlier, like I reached out to a lot of them just via phone, left voicemails, tried to get in touch with someone, but just never heard back.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Sellers again. So was it I'm trying to understand, and you may not be able to speak to this, or hopefully someone from CPRB is on who can. When I know that the process to review the ordinance, not directive, but that project was set in motion prior to Citygate. And so with that being said, what was the process for CPRB as far as developing the ordinance? Because I heard, we went through best practices, we reviewed, and then we did the survey. And so what role did the survey play in this process? Was that your community engagement? Because you didn't really engage the community in the development of it. You developed something and wanted to see what aspects of what you were wanting to include. That's how I interpret it, that it was what parts do you think the community want to be involved in it, but the community wasn't necessarily involved in the development of the revisions of the ordinance. So I guess my question is, what was the purpose of the survey? What does CPRB want the purpose of the survey to be?
This is Board Chair Jenny Robinson. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily be able to speak to the beginning of the redevelopment of the ordinance since I wasn't part of the board then. However, we developed the survey with the goal of receiving feedback on a draft, an early draft of the ordinance. And please someone, you know, message me or chime in if I've got that wrong. But we were kind of in the stages of like, okay, we think we have something workable here, but we want to get public feedback before we do any kind of, you know, polishing or final touches.
Okay, this is Commissioner Sellers again. So at what point in this process, or was it the intent of CPRB to share the ordinance with the community? Was it for you to, that was going to happen further down the line? So was it the idea is that, I guess I'm still trying to understand what your process was. What were you hoping to accomplish in this process? And because I was looking through, I went back to review some of the meetings, and I know that there was, I can't remember which meeting date it was, but I know Commissioner Gibson had made a comment along the lines to say, you know, we can make the ordinance available to the community to read, but will they actually read it? And so that statement there gave me reason to pause, because if you're doing community engagement, then the community is aware of the language. And work that I do on the state level, when we are revising, if we're amending or revoking or even thinking about adding a new reg, the community is engaged in the process before, during, as well as we go through it through public hearings. So I guess that comment gave me a little pause for concern. So I guess I'm trying to understand at what point, you know, was it the goal of the CPRB to do the work, create this document, and then turn it over to the community and say, this is what we did, do you like it? And at what point was community engagement feedback going to be in the process, which it seems like it was towards the tail end of it. So kind of help me understand that.
This is Board Chair Jenny Robinson. You know, I think that looking at this through the lens of maybe the last year isn't the best way to go about it. I guess, you know, to go back to when the board was originally created in 2018, and the commissioners voted to allow the board to revise the ordinance then from there, and then a renewed charge in June of 2020 to make revisions and get a final draft ordinance out there based on the original ordinance. So I think the board wasn't starting from scratch. They were given an ordinance by the City Commission originally in 2018 that they were working with. And obviously, you know, I wasn't part of the board then. So if anyone would like to raise their hand and chime in here, but, you know, I know that there was a subcommittee formed to, I believe, and Brandon, please correct me if I'm wrong, but to look at best practices, to bring that information to the board, and go from there. I do hear what you're saying for sure, Commissioner Sellers, but I think the board wasn't starting from scratch, I guess. They were working with an ordinance they already had.
Right, and this is Commissioner Sellers. I never intended that. I was aware that the commission, CPRB, wasn't working from a new reg. They were working to amend a current, or not a reg, an ordinance. So I knew that they were amending an ordinance, and I've seen several iterations of the revised language and the original language, and was trying to navigate those documents because it's a little bit difficult to do that. So for me, I'm just not seeing where there was intentional community engagement, or at least in the interpretation of what CPRB felt that community engagement rose to as far as what they defined it to be. And I don't mean that to be harsh. I just mean that to be what it is. And so as we move forward, you know, with our strategic plan and how we are really leaning in on that intentionality around engagement and what it looks like and reimagining what that is. And Brandon, I haven't forgot about you because I wanted to know those numbers of those online surveys. So I guess for me, I would like to hear from members of the CPRB as to, you know, there seems to be concerns that having the work group would deter the work that has already been started. And so I'd like to know for them to kind of talk out why that's the case or why they feel that way. And I would like to hear, you know, how could they utilize this work group? And, you know, because I've heard a lot about, you know, this work group is doing parallel work. It's not going to, it's duplicative. It's things of that nature, but I haven't heard about what it would take to make this work to help do some of that community engagement that you want to do. So I'd like to hear from the CPRB members on that who are here on the call, but Brandon, do you have those numbers for the online respondents?
This is Assistant City Manager Brandon Ware. Yes, there were 266, I believe, individuals who responded in total. That the number of responses to each individual question varies because respondents could choose, you know, one question and then skip the rest of the survey. But 266, I believe, individuals who responded, and we had 439 visitors. And so this is, and the survey still is up on the Lawrence Listens website. We could provide that to the commissioners following the meeting if you'd like.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Brandon. I would appreciate that. So yeah, a survey that has opt-out pieces and the numbers aren't statistically significant. But again, it's data because Human Relations Commission did something very similar, but not to rising to this magnitude. So I do have concerns about that. But again, I'd like to hear from CPRB members just their thoughts of how having a work group is going to deter the work that they've done so far. And is there an opportunity to utilize the work group to help elevate the work that you've done so far? Or do you feel like that's not a possibility?
This is Board Chair Jenny Robinson. It's like Marie came online. Marie, would you like to jump in?
Evening, Marie Taylor, board member for the CPRB. Commissioner Sellers, I think I can address some of the questions you've had about the process. And so I'm going to kind of step back to some of the add on to some of what Jenny has already said. Again, we started. I joined at the same time that Jenny Robinson joined, so I also kind of inherited this project, to say it simply. And so, both of us formed a community engagement subcommittee to work and design the survey. And just to recall that this was during the pandemic times, where we had very limited opportunities to meet with people in person. So we had that challenge that we knew we wanted to reach as many people as we could under their circumstances. So it was really hard to kind of fully engage in what I think you're envisioning in terms of the leaning in and having more in-person contact with folks who would be difficult to reach, or to have more presentations perhaps of what some of our concepts that we wanted to promote in a new re-envisioned ordinance for the board. So with that challenge, we thought that the survey would be the best way to get as much exposure to the concepts. And we actually wrote it in a way that it was very easy to add comments that were not just answering our questions. So we gained a lot of good information that did not actually necessarily apply to the ordinance, but really did talk about community police relations generally. So we had a lot of open-ended, I think every question had an open-ended box where anyone could write in what they thought were pressing issues for them. So that was an opportunity to gain more information about things that we hadn't covered, that we thought weren't addressed in the changes that we were hoping to propose to the ordinance. So that, I think, kind of captured that at least in the spirit of what you're seeking in terms of community engagement. And from what I remember is that the survey was one of the most well-responded surveys on the Lawrence Listen surveys since I guess they been tracking that. So we were really happy actually with the outcome. So it might not sound like a lot, but apparently it's one of the most successful surveys that the city has done. So we were pretty proud that we were able to provide that outlet for community members. And I think it was overall like so many pages to go through. We actually had to split it up amongst all of us to even read through all of the comments and really digest the information, because we learned a lot about what was important to community members. So if anyone has a chance to go back and read those comments, if Brandon could provide those, I think you would find it a really well worth the effort to go through and read all the comments that we received from the surveys. So just that, I feel like I've been talking too long already. But next point, in terms of outreach, I know I personally sent out emails, personalized emails, customized emails to different community organization groups, asking them to, to take a look at what the work we're doing, encouraging them to come to our public meetings, and also then to participate in the survey. So even again through email, because of the limitations we have with meeting in person, we did try to make those messages customized, and we split those up amongst us to make that effort. To encourage people to have this opportunity to give voice to their concerns. And I think on the last point, that how I feel about the work group, I think that if it was just a work group, I think that would be fine, but I don't think it's going to get at the community engagement that you may be envisioning, like a broader level. I think they're talking about mostly bringing in the concerns of the police union, honestly. I did not see this as really an opportunity to expand on community engagement. And I think it was, the concept from Citygate is to supplant, not to augment the work that we're already doing. And that might be just more of my interpretation of the recommendation. So I don't think it moves us forward necessarily. That's why we were hoping that we would be able to continue our plan, which was more in line with keeping more seats at the table. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor, for providing that context. I did see in the April 2021 meeting some of the survey. I've been actually reviewing those comments. I think there was mention in that meeting that this was one of the most well-received surveys, especially during a pandemic. So, I do commend CPRB and city staff on that. So, thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I just wanted to make sure I understood the community engagement part. In addition to what you have done to date, you were the next phase you were going to go into was to put together some focus groups with stakeholder groups. Was that my understanding? That's the next phase, but you haven't gone there yet because you wanted to get more direction from the commission. Is that correct?
Sorry, Chair Robinson. Yes, that's exactly correct.
Vice Mayor Larson, thank you. So that again bodes to having more community engagement at a whole nother level. So that's good.
Mayor Shipley, are there any further questions from commissioners?
This is Commissioner, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I've already done enough talking, but I do have one more question.
Yeah, Commissioner Littlejohn. Thank you, Commissioner Sellers. In terms of the working group, it might just be my interpretation, but I almost saw it as like essentially what it is called, a working group, to kind of flesh out those more minute problems to go ahead and bring it back to the CPRB. And also, I thought it might have been advantageous so that, it wasn't necessarily, it could provide a space that the members of the work group or the people that they've invited in could be more frank and have more frank conversations than can be had at CPRB level. I always envisioned it being under the CPRB, that they would report back to the CPRB. And am I mistaken in that?
This is Chair Robinson. I'm just trying to find the exact spot in the report where they note what they would recommend for the working group. I believe that there would be too many CPRB members involved in it for it not to be an open meeting. But I'm just trying to find that exact spot right now. Give me just one second. And if anyone else has a time in.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I know in the agenda report, they include that entire paragraph as to what the working group is supposed to be, what they envision it to be.
This is Jane Gibson, CPRB member. Jenny, do you mind if I step in for a second? Jenny, is that okay?
Please, yeah, please.
Okay. We would refer to these focus groups as our working groups. One of the things that happens when you have a big public group gathering is that people are inhibited and they don't talk as much. And I've had a lot of concerns about the City Gates research process. But one thing that they got right was that they met with small groups of community members in Lawrence. And they did that because they know that small groups are more intimate groups where people feel more open and can be more frank. And so Commissioner Sellers' concern about community engagement is much better met by the smaller groups that we proposed than the larger group that Citygate proposes. I don't actually have I think, the term working group is so flexible and we can define that how we need to define that. I think our bigger concern is that they wanted us to scrap 1.5 years work before the City Commission even had a chance to look at it. And they based that recommendation on really flawed methodology. They knew so little about us. And if you look at what they wrote about in their final report, I think it's 12 pages at the most, maybe, or maybe fewer than that. There's about 1.5 paragraphs devoted to what we had to say, and the rest of it is reliant on a 20-year-old book. And it's not even the book, it's like the preface to the book. If you look at the page numbers in the citations, they're all IX, III. There's an awful lot. I don't have to tell anybody on this board, on the City Commission, that much has happened in the United States in the last 20 years to change the ways that we think about police-community relations, the ways that communities are working to develop and authorize their CPRBs to help promote healthy community police relations. That 20-year-old document doesn't take any of that into account. I think that, our approach is one that has looked at what other cities are doing and looking and inviting small focus groups to talk to us so that we have some frank understanding. And when I say that, I mean, we're including, the LPOA and the LPD, because those are certainly key stakeholders in this entire process. That's how we think that we can get to an ordinance that we can all be proud of to present to the City Commission for serious consideration. Thank you.
This is Tanya Salvini. I'm a member of the board. And I would like to also say that the document has been evolving over time from the original document from 2018. And so with the feedback that came in that Marie was referring to and both Jenny was referring to, we took those recommendations and revised the document as we're going. So it's still not a final document. It's an evolving, fluid document that we continue to revise based on feedback from the community. And our next step was to go to the union, excuse me, the officers group and to the LPD more specifically in our next steps. And please, everyone, let me know if I'm wrong on that, but I know I missed the last meeting, but I believe those were our next steps. And again, the crossroad that we are currently concerned with is, do we go forward with the work that we've done, the evolution of the work that we've done, or do we just step back and go with the recommendations from the consultants?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I appreciate Commissioner Salvini and Commissioner Gibson providing comments. My question as to how one could utilize the work group, that wasn't in any way insinuating that I think that is the proper way to go. I just wanted to hear from those who were on tonight's at tonight's meeting what the rationale was for that. I do know in one of the meetings, it was outlined that there would be, next steps would be an implementation plan for each recommendation for the Citygate report. And that there was an opportunity for CPRB with the consultant to build that into build their work into the RFP. That was my interpretation of it. If I'm wrong, then I'd like to hear from CPRB as well as from Brandon on that. I know that there was some, I don't want to say disruption, but I know that there was conversations between CPRB members in a sense saying, well, I've spoken to certain commissioners and this is what they're going to do. And I don't know if that could have possibly led to some of the decisions that the CPRB made or continue to make from that. But I guess my question is, if we're moving forward with an RFP to have a consultant come in and look at the Citygate recommendations, and is there a way, and like I said, I want to hear from CPRB as well as from Brandon, is there a way that the work that CPRB is doing now and wants to do as far as those focus groups, or as far as what the recommendation was for the work groups, that can be reconstituted and built into the implementation plan from this perspective? So essentially, we're utilizing the consultants to guide and help with some of the work that CPRB was wanting to do. So, because I haven't heard that. I haven't heard what the language is for the RFP and what that looks like. So I think based on the Citygate recommendation, it's clear that several members of the CPRB are not comfortable going with the work group for that very point. Focus groups, smaller groups do allow people to open up. Several of us have been a part of focus groups and know that. But is there opportunity in this RFP to put language in it that will allow the consulting firm to work alongside CPRB to do the very work that they're wanting to do with these focus groups? So it is the work group just broken down into bite-sized pieces. That's the conversation I haven't heard from any of the meetings. I heard a lot of back and forth about this is going to deter our work, but I haven't heard about the language of the RFP and whether or not that can be put into it.
This is Chair Robinson. So we have had some discussion about like how can we essentially marry these two concepts, right? Because I think that at the heart of Citygate's recommendation is community engagement and making sure that the ordinance is addressing areas that our community has decided that are important, right? So I think that where we are coming from, like Jane said, with the focus groups, we want to really create an environment where all community members feel comfortable providing that direction. So imagining a working group with all of the members of the CPRB, and as Citygate recommended, let's see, just to read. So 11-person team with the Community Police Review Board members, Chief of Police, the Police Officers Association rep, City Attorney, and at least 3 minority residents of Lawrence. Just wondering about what kind of honest feedback we could get from the people that are most impacted by policing in our community with that kind of group. And that's where we were coming in with wanting to do those focus groups. Does that answer, was that what you were getting at, Commissioner Sellers, thinking about kind of combining these?
Not really. My question was, and again, this might be something that for Brandon, if the idea was for the RFP to have a consultant come in to break down these recommendations, it's clear that CPRB does not agree with the recommendation for the work group. So is there an opportunity to develop some type of plan that would incorporate the pieces that you're wanting to do with the work that this consulting firm can do? Because it's clear that you're not comfortable with the work group. And I understand that is a recommendation that you're not comfortable with. So then my question is there opportunity in the RFP which that's what I was trying to get at from some of the meetings where I think I heard, it was either Brandon or Tony, I can't remember, that there was opportunity to pull that information, to pull that work into the RFP for the consultant. And so I guess I just need clarification to know, is that still a possibility?
This is Jane Gibson, board member. It's so easy to get confused by all of the acronyms and all of the processes that we've been engaged in since 2018 when I joined the board. I think our first meeting was in September of that year. I think one of the reasons you're seeing some confused looks on our faces is that you're using the term RFP, which is the request for proposal that led to the hiring of Citygate. Citygate made its study and then gave us its report with its recommendations, and that recommendation from Citygate doesn't involve another consultant. They are the consultant. So they recommended that we stop what we're doing, that we scrap the work, that we start with a new work group. That's our concern, is that we've worked for a year and a half, that they didn't really understand the work that we did, and they would like for us to start over. And we agree with Citygate that we need more community input, that we need to talk to the police department, that we need to talk to the police union, that we need lots of feedback. So yes, there is plenty of room here to make those two ideas work together, but we are concerned about following a recommendation from Citygate when they didn't really understand our organization, our work, our process, what we have produced, what our plans are. That's why we're here asking you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. To your point, yes, I was referring to a request for proposal. However, it was not the request for proposal for Citygate. And that's why I wanted Brandon to answer this. And I wish I took better notes on my phone when I was reviewing some of these meetings, but it was one meeting, I want to say it was maybe October, November, where it was spoken that next steps would be an implementation plan for each recommendation from the Citygate report to be looked at, and that staff would develop an action plan, would not develop an action plan for CPRB. So it sounded like to me that the city was going to do an RFP to have a consultant come in and review the recommendations from Citygate. If I misinterpret that incorrectly, then I would say that. But my discussion about RFP was not in relation to Citygate. It was in relation to my interpretation that the city was looking to hire a firm to come in and to look at some of the Citygate recommendations, and that there was an opportunity for the CPRB to have some part in that. So Brandon, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I have no problem admitting it. But that was my thought from, I think it was the October, November meeting.
This is Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. Commissioner Sellers, I'll share that a thought that I shared with the Police Review Board members a few months ago in discussion about next steps on this effort, which is that I don't read anywhere in the Citygate recommendation report that the board's work should be scrapped or that we should completely start over. I think the board has done good work and good research, and we can build on that. What our I guess concern is from a staff perspective is, you know, our strategic plan gives us the targets to hit. And with this project and with this board, we're talking about safe and secure. That's the outcome, and those are the associated measures that we're trying to move with this effort. You know, safe and secure being a community where all feel safe and secure and have access to trusted resources in the community. The commitments really give us, I think, the targets for how to approach a project like this. And those, you know, especially the engaged and empowered teams, equity and inclusion, and community engagement commitments. And so there were some questions about the process and how the process was sequenced. That is a concern from the staff perspective, is the way that we would recommend approaching a project like this is with the community first, the community driving the work, not drafting and then going to the community, or not drafting and then going to the employees who are going to be working under this new process. And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about an RFP would be for a facilitated process of a neutral facilitator to come in and facilitate the work of this group collaboratively and in engagement with the community in order to be able to provide a product, an outcome that everybody feels good about and everybody's able to trust that process and feel like they can see themselves in that final recommendation. I guess the last thing I would say is just that I think the original scope of the charge from the commission, it was narrowly scoped. And it was the board review the ordinance and bylaws and make recommendations. And then that scope gradually expanded over time as an initial recommendation came back to the commission to expand the membership of the board. And the commission sent that recommendation back to the board and said, no, we want a comprehensive set of recommendations, and we want you to engage staff, the consultant, and the community. And then I think it expanded even more as we organized the comprehensive study. And so really, I think where we're at is we share a lot of similar ideas about how to move forward. But we're definitely not advocating to scrap the work of the board, but we are suggesting that we pause, we reassess the approach, and we do that in a way that is engaged with not just our staff, but with key leaders in the community and key community groups who can have a seat at the table and be represented in that process as well.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Brandon, for that explanation. I guess I would like to hear, based on what was laid out just now, I'd like to hear from CPRB commissioners. Is that what you interpreted previous conversations to be? Is this new information to you tonight? Because I do want us to move forward, and I don't want to see your work scrapped. I've followed your work. And I followed the work that you've done. I've also had some concerns with some of the way some of the work came about and how there were essentially how the process came to be and how there was words used to insinuate that there was guidance from commissioners in leading that work. And so I guess I want to know, I have an idea how to move this forward, but based on what Brandon or Ms. McGuire laid out tonight, just now, Is that what you interpret your work to be? Is that something that you can utilize in your work moving forward, or is this a non-negotiable?
Marie.
Board member, CPR, I'm so used to being at our own meeting. Marie Taylor. So I can't speak for all of the board. I feel as if we were given a charge, and so we've been moving forward with that charge. And so part of this was just to tell it for the commission to tell us what they want, because we are an advisory board. So we were trying to do our job. And so we were not going to change the job that we were given until we had clear direction from you all. So I think in some ways, I feel like it's in your court to give us good guidance on how we should proceed that makes best sense. There has been no involvement from city commissioners in this process. We've been self-directed. So I just wanted to clear the air on that. And in terms of the goals changing, it has been a moving target because times have been changing as we go along. We get new information, we get more input from different community members. And so it's hard to continue to do this process over the time span that we've been doing it, because the goals keep changing, and so it's been difficult to stay focused as the charge kind of kept expanding. So I mean, so speaking for myself as a board member, I'm just really looking for some clear direction and what makes most sense, and that does not that still pays some heed to the work that we have put in, and that we don't lose some of the benefits that we have gained so far in this process. And I feel as if there are community members who are kind of watching and waiting for us to take some action. And that maybe that's just me personally. I'm feeling a little bit impatient because we have been working on it for a year, and a lot of the impetus came after George Floyd's murder. And it feels like, are we just biding our time and delaying making change happen? And so that maybe that's just more of my own sentiment, but I don't think I'm alone in that, in wanting the city to make some strides to make change happen. And so it's a delicate balance when you're trying to also get lots of different feedback so that we produce the best ordinance we can for the city. Thank you.
This is Jane Gibson, board member. I can't improve on Marie's articulate view of how things have changed, but I don't share her view that the charge has kept expanding. It was in June, I believe it was June 2019, that I presented a document to the CPRB in which I laid out what I saw as the limitations of the ordinance as it was established. And the main problem, the central problem that I think we've been trying to address that has not changed or expanded is, although I understand what Maria is saying, is that the ordinance as it was originally conceived, I believe the number was 9324, was actually written in a way that would not allow us to fulfill our charge, which was to improve and create healthy community police relations. It simply wouldn't allow it because it wouldn't allow us to even see what those relationships looked like. So that was what the document, I believe it was in June of 2019 that the board undertook. And it was at that time that we created a 3-member subcommittee so that we didn't violate COMA. And that would begin to examine what other CPRBs were doing in similar communities and try to figure out what the best practices were and try to figure out how it was that we could use the ordinance that was already handed to us and build on that to create a review board that we believed would enable us to fulfill that mission. And I think that's what we've been working on ever since. It's been a complicated process. And I think we've benefited tremendously from staff and from the commissioners who have been appointed to this board. But I think that that's been the central goal. And I don't think that that central goal has changed, even if, as we've worked on different aspects of the ordinance itself, it may look like things have changed. But to me, that has never changed.
Mayor Shipley, any further questions? I want to kind of dig into something here a little bit, and I've heard it said a couple times that the group's understanding, and from this letter is clear, that they interpreted Citygate to want all your work to be thrown out, and I didn't read it that way. I have read it 1,000 times now, and so I wondered if you could be pointy with me about specifically here where it says all this work that you've done, which is incredibly valuable. I took it to mean that should be a starting place. They're just adding some people to have that discussion with you. But you all seem to have interpreted it to mean that's scrapped, we're starting over again. Can you help me understand why that was your understanding?
This is Chair Robinson. Some of the language used in the report, like reconstitution of the Community Police Review Board, forming a working group that will have interest in the outcomes of any new ordinance, implying that potentially not working from the draft ordinance that we've created. Those are the two main points for me that I read. If there are other board members that have read other points in the report, feel free to share.
This is Jane Gibson. Those were key phrases that Jenny has just pointed out that led us to ask the question of staff. And I explicitly asked staff at one of our meetings, was that the intention, that we would stop, that we would start over? And the answer was yes. So I think what we're faced with here is multiple interpretations. And at one of our meetings, or maybe more than one, Marie quite rightly pointed out that multiple interpretations means that there is some room here to consider, to negotiate, to figure out how we can come up with some process that would allow us to move forward and achieve the goals that I think we all share, which is to improve our community health, the health of our community police relations. So I think Jenny's right. It was the notion of reconstituting the board, that there could be any new ordinance, but it was also that meeting that we had with staff in which the staff affirmed that yes, that their interpretation was that we should start over with a new working group of which they hoped we would be a part.
Mayor Shipley, I guess then I'll direct this to Brandon. I feel like I heard you say 20 minutes ago, maybe, that you did not think that the goal was to throw out the draft or the work that had been done so far. Can you clarify that for me?
This is Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in on that. I do think that the board has done a great deal of research and work, and that is work that can be built on. I also think that there's a lot of common ground. I don't speak on behalf of our labor group, but I have had conversations with the LPOA, and their leadership has shared thoughts about the ordinance as it's currently drafted. And I think they're largely supportive of many parts of that ordinance. The devil's in the details on some of this stuff, especially when you get into personnel or criminal investigations, and the board has discussed some of that. So I think there's a very good baseline understanding. I want to offer a couple more thoughts while I have the floor. One is, this is about much more than drafting an ordinance. And that, I think, is something that it's not as simple as a technical solution. This is really one of the most adaptive challenges I think our community faces, and our country faces, quite frankly. And so this is one piece of a much broader system of accountability, multi-layered, with different jurisdictions, touching the systems of accountability, and that's clear up to CPOST, which is the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. That includes the courts, the district attorney's office, as well as our own internal processes and employee policies. And so this is about a system of accountability, a system of transparency, and making sure that system is designed and operational in a way that meets our targets for our strategic plan and has that outcome that we're really trying to accomplish of building trust between the community and our police. And so I would say, again, just pointed back to the question, I view this, and I think others on staff view this, and I think the consultants viewed this as being more than just drafting an ordinance. I think the board has drafted an ordinance. It's a fine ordinance. It's been checked by legal. City staff was not involved collaboratively in drafting the ordinance. We were not involved collaboratively in the process of public engagement and the design of the project and sequencing. We did provide technical support. We did provide legal analysis to make sure that there were no violations of law. And so I just want to, I guess I just want to offer that it's about, to us, about a lot more than drafting an ordinance. But that being said, there's a very good baseline of research and knowledge that has been developed through this process to build on in whichever way we go forward with it.
Sorry, go ahead, Jenny.
This is Chair Robinson. Thank you. I just wanted to jump in. I, definitely hear you that this is more than just an ordinance, right? But we actually do need an ordinance to start doing the work that we'd like to do for our community. The CPRB hasn't reviewed any complaints since its inception, and that's a real problem. And so I think that as board members and as community members, we're feeling a great sense of urgency. And so whatever the commission decides, we would like clear direction to start moving forward so that this isn't a conversation that we're still having in a year. We want to get to work. So we will work with you all to take whatever next steps you determine are right for our community, but we'd like to start taking those steps so that we can get to work. We want to do this work.
You're here. Beautifully said.
Mayor Shipley, I wanted to point out that since you all started in 2018 and 19 are some touchstones that Dr. Gibson has given us. And just in the last year, different members of staff, I'm pretty sure Brandon, but I'm not sure, have done YAP training, which is International Association for Public Engagement or Participation. And I understand that to be a platform we're currently relying on to expand public engagement everywhere in the organization. And that wasn't something that you had access to. And I feel like you do have access to that now if your board chooses to utilize that, either through staff or whatever materials. I don't think that wasn't available to you before. Are you interested in that as part of an expansion of how to utilize public engagement? I'm sure, like other commissioners, I appreciate the work that you've done now, but since then, we have had a lot of public engagement on some other things. A lot more people commented on parklets downtown than they have so far on our police review board. And yes, I was excited you got so much input at the time, and now I'm thinking, got 100,000 people, I'd like to hear from a lot more. So I'm wondering if that's something you guys would consider as part of your process.
This is Chair Robinson. I mean, absolutely. We have a meeting coming up next week, and we can definitely discuss it then. Yeah, absolutely, though. anything that would aid the process of public engagement, I think would be really beneficial. Can you tell me the name of that again? Sorry.
Yeah, it's IAP2. It's all online. Or Porter, perhaps Brandon can give you some folders and some beginning information on it, but it's quite helpful.
The organization is the International Association for Public Participation. Sorry, this is Commissioner Sellers.
Mayor Shipley, other commissioners have thoughts or question or direction?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. And it's my understanding that the work group has not been put together yet. Is that correct, Brandon?
Sorry, my camera wasn't working. Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire, yes, that's correct. The work group that's recommended by the consultant has not been put together yet.
So Vice Mayor Larson again, so did you envision with this working group, Brandon, that they would take the work that the CPRB has done and start from there using all the information they put together?
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire, I really don't, I wouldn't want to, I guess, prejudice the work of that group. You know, I think one of the things I've tried to point out to the board in conversations and meetings is that there has yet to be, I guess, engagement around problem definition. What problem are we trying to solve? I think we know what the value, what the outcome is. It's in our strategic plan. But what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Is it that, well, it could be any number of things. And so I think you start with developing a consensus understanding among a work group of what is the problem, and then you develop a strategy for how to approach development of solutions. I think that that starting with a foundation of research and understanding that everybody has access to, there will probably be information sharing that will go on, and this will certainly be a part of that. But I don't think you start by saying we have a draft ordinance. What changes do we need to make to the language in the draft ordinance so that we can complete the ordinance? It's, like I said, it's about more than just drafting an ordinance. This is about developing a system of accountability and transparency that improves the trust between the community and the police.
This is Commissioner Sellers. You know, and going through conversation tonight and looking back on several of the CPRB meetings, you know, I see this as an opportunity for members of CPRB to be part of something that's bigger than just the ordinance. I think there's opportunity for that. That's discussions that can be had if that's what the CPRB would like to do. You are an extension, you know, of this commission, of the city commissioners. We can't be in all places at all time, and we're not subject matter experts, and so we lean on members of the community to be a part of boards and commissions to be a connector for us to the community on different subject matters that relate to city governance. And so while I have a desire for something, you know, my goal was to hear from you so that I had a better understanding of what you see your charge as. And if there was conflict between that, then to have that discussion. I see this working group being something bigger to what Brandon talked about, that we're looking at how do we reimagine this whole process, not just the ordinance. The ordinance could be a piece of it, and it could be used to drive some of the work that you're wanting to do. and you can be a part of that. But I don't think this is just centered around the ordinance. And so I would love to see the CPRB be a part of this and utilize a consultant to do that. I know that that being said, there's a process for that, and that does delay the timeline. However, when you want to get things done right, then you have to balance that. You have to reconcile that with time. And so, I may go in thinking that a regulation that I've developed is great, and we get to the very end of the process, and someone comes in and is like, no, this isn't it. You haven't looked at this perspective. And we have to go back and scrap it. And I'm not saying scrap it. I think we're all in agreement that we don't want to see this scrapped. And that's not the intent of this work group. And I would speak to that. But I would like to see the CPRB be a part of this functioning and to utilize the work group to help build out those strategies, if that's something you want to do. I don't think anyone is tying you to it, but I think it would be mutually beneficial in my eye to have you be a part of that and to drive those discussions and to ensure that how you're wanting this to move forward does happen in that process, and that you're also part of a bigger process, that you're not just shaping your charge, you're shaping the system itself. And if that's something you don't want to be a part of, CPRB that is, then I think that needs to be stated.
Marie Taylor, if I may respond, Commissioner Sellers, I don't think I'm going to speak. We haven't obviously had an open meeting where we all met and decided our talking points. So this may just come off as just my point of view, but I'm hearing from Brandon McGuire is that in hindsight, perhaps the charge should not have been given to us the way that it was given, so directed towards a particular outcome. In terms of looking just at the board, and especially when Brendan talks about defining the problem that to be solved. And so I think that in hindsight, perhaps there should have been a different kind of project that was given to the board to begin with. But here we are. So I think that's where the frustration comes, because we're doing what we thought we were supposed to do, which is why now we're here to get clarification and perhaps new direction. I personally don't think there's any dispute that we all want to have a great outcome for the city in terms of looking at this more holistically. There's lots of things that we as in our board capacity can't even address because it's not even within our purview. So I think that it does play into larger issues for the city that should be addressed. And I don't think there's any problem with working with the group, and I'm with this working group in theory, and somehow preserving some of the work that we've already done. And it seems to me now that this initiative may have started out with just having the board do this work on their own without any real city support and funding. And now that with this working group and employing a consultant to do some of this technical work, we would actually have funding and support behind this effort as well. So I would welcome that, and taking some of the burden off of a city advisory board to do some of this larger issue work would be great, because we've been doing this as volunteers with very limited time, and when we do have to work, it has to be through an open meeting. So then we only meet once a month, and so I think that's also part of the frustration, is it takes us a while as a group to do this work, when perhaps it should be more directed towards city staff to work on some of this coordination. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, there's a couple commissioners we haven't heard from.
Commissioner Finkel, are we going to have public comment first before we get into discussion? I thought maybe we should do that.
If you don't have any questions, I'm happy to do that.
I have no questions. I have comments, but I was going to wait till we're done public comment before I comment.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, let's go ahead and do public comment. Sherry, I see one there, but you can see a lot more than I can.
You have a comment? Go ahead.
My name is Michael. I'm LFK Accountability. I'm here tonight to define the problem for Brandon. We keep talking about all this stuff, and twice in the last 12 months, I've identified the problem to city commissioners and the CPRB. We spent the last year talking about accountability while there's been evidence of misconduct in your hands. 12 months of a review board being mired by process, 48 scheduled city commission meetings, 52 weeks that LPD admired behavior that the judiciary calls criminal. Would a custodial death spur any action? That's a real risk every time this happens. It's a pattern. I witnessed another disturbing scene where LPD failed to properly announce their presence at a domestic call, knocking without announcing for several minutes, then threw a man to the ground, causing injuries, detained him in a patrol unit without ever telling him why they were there. They discussed the investigation with muted body cams. No medical was called for the man that had been thrown to the ground, and they charged him with interfering. That was his only charge. This will happen again.
Mayor Shipley, sorry, someone seems to not be on mute. Oh, okay.
And this will all happen again because physical assault is admirable, something the police are proud of. They've written it in emails to me. Complaints are dismissed, officers are not held accountable, and the gap gets wider. Accountability will come. Last month, the Fifth Circuit finally denied qualified immunity for this type of behavior. District attorneys are charging misconduct because the law demands it. Officers are going to prison because justice demands it. Local accountability can prevent officers from becoming inmates. Empower the CPRB beyond race. They need to review any complaint and require LPD's cooperation. Listen to the judge. This is a judge at the Michael Brillo trial.
This animosity toward the police is fed not just by stories the TV watchers and internet clickers are attracted to, but by police officers' affronts, intended or not, to honest people treated as criminals, by unnecessarily brutal treatment of suspected arrestees, by daily slights and disrespect, real and imagined, and by the isolation of the police from the people they serve.
That's my 3 minutes.
Alex Kerr.
Hello. So I'm a community member. I'm one of the community members that worked with the Community Police Review Board for the past year or so. And I could probably speak for the community a lot. And I can see that there's some, I will let this City Commission know that this was very actively engaged by the community. I did help with the public engagement, the Lawrence Listens, things that they did, the board did. Where am I at? Oh, I will say, you know, most of the stuff that I advised this board were talked about with over, you know, hundreds and hundreds of community members. So when I advised that board, I knew it was literally from the community, seriously. And that was not just from me and 2 other people. And I take this seriously, and I'm getting impatient. Seriously, I am. But I do get to be impatient because I am a community member. But I just have to let this commission know that this was taken seriously community engagement wise, because I take everything serious. community engagement wise. So yeah, that it's really that. If yeah, I would not say that there wasn't enough community engagement, because there is and there will be. I always made sure that the comments of the community were heard on that board. So that's really what I got. I'm right now, I'm just very impatient because it's been over a year. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just wrote down I haven't been following this closely, but I wrote down what I would like. I want a board that if I'm arrested and feel I was mistreated, I can go to them and ask they watch the cops' footage of my arrest, regardless of what the cops want. That's basically what I think most citizens want from a police review board. It just seems, why do we need so much study groups or engagement, to get to something basic, I guess. And I'm supporting the community police board because you guys, I mean, not all of you specifically, I'm guessing just Lisa Larson at the time in 2018 when this board was created. I passed 4-1. My memory's not the best, but if I'm remembering it correctly, it passed 4-1 with Matthew Herbert saying there's flaws in it, and Leslie Soden was basically, well, it's better than nothing, and we just need to get something out there, and we can work out the, let's work out the kinks as we go along. But no kinks were worked out. It was just put in and kind of forgotten about. And basically, y'all, the commission did nothing for years, I don't think. So now let the community police board, I say let them do what they want, because you all didn't do anything for a few years. Now that they're trying to do something, let them. It's what I think. And also, I think part of the problem was that whole initiative back in after, I guess it was 2020 when Mayor Nanda, was in charge, because she kind of made that direction, but it wasn't well thought out, I don't think. It was just kind of an initial response, and then I think kind of forgotten about. So I don't know, I think citizens want a police review board that will review footage, basically. If they say I was mistreated, we need the board where we can say, hey, can you watch the footage of me being arrested? Also, I don't know if now's the time, but we need body cameras to be on all the time. I mean, if we're going to be working on that, that's something that needs to be worked out right away. Thank you.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Mayor Shibley, now back for discussion. Commissioners, any comments?
Commissioner Finkel, I guess, just a couple comments. First, I do want to thank the Community Police Review Board for the work they've done. I do not think it's wasted or work that is thrown out by any stretch. But I think about the times. Well, first of all, I'd say two things. One, we have a couple different ways we get input as a city commission. We have boards that send us things, and then we hear from a lot of different people. And so or we have processes that are more inclusive, which often take longer. So you think about the processes that take longer, that are inclusive, that put people at the table together. Plan 2040, the downtown master plan, pick one of those. They put members that work downtown and people who live downtown and other community members and people with interests and they put them all at the table together. They go through a process and they come to us with a recommendation that has been vetted through all the people who have vested interests in that outcome. Other boards, we have the planning commission, right? An applicant comes to the planning commission, tells their side of the story. The neighbors say their side, someone else says their side. The planning commission listens to all that, sends us a recommendation. What do we get after that? We have a city commission meeting where the same people all come back and all say the same things because we have a recommendation from a commission, a board, which is helpful, but it wasn't a decision made with everyone at the table. It was made by a group that has heard, the information, processed it, and gave a good recommendation. Perfectly acceptable process. We use it all the time. I read this back when Citygate came out. We want to have an inclusive process that puts everyone at the table when we come forward with that, so that the recommendation that comes through is a better recommendation, not one that creates that hasn't been fully vetted through that process. So I think that I like the working group idea. I think it came before the commission and we said, yeah, we support that recommendation. And now as a community review board, I think you've got a lot of good information. You're going to come to the table with that information. And I think as being part of that, you're better informed and it's going to be useful. And so I don't think any of it is wasted. But I do think at the end of the day, if the community police review board goes through their process, they will, absent this working group, I'm sure we will get a good recommendation from them. That's the best recommendation that they have. And it would come to us as a recommendation. And then we'd have other people start coming in who had input in the process, just like an applicant in the planning commission has input in the process, but they weren't at the table. They didn't get to vote on it. They didn't get to give input on it except give their thoughts and then the police review board. So then we'd have all those folks come into us and we would then have to figure out and process it, i.e. go back to the issue we had earlier tonight or other issues. So, I see this as a way to get us, all of us as a community, to the best place. And I think our best outcomes as a community, Plan 2040 and Downtown Master Plan are two examples, are when we have everyone at the table working together to a common goal. As Brandon said, we have first identified the goal, we've identified the problem, and then we come together, and then that recommendation comes forward. So, I'm excited about the process. As to the public comment from everyone, all of them were talking about the end goal, and I think all of the community review board members and all the city commissioners have very similar end goals. So let's get a process that gives us the best chance to have the best product. And I think this working group does that. And so, I'm supportive. I think we go through that process. And so that's kind of where I end.
Mayor Shipley, any other comments from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. Just going to try to make mine brief because I know we've been at this for quite a while. But I want to commend CPRB on all their work, and I know how hard that this must have been, and it's been a long process over the last couple of years, and I really appreciate the dedication and the hard work that you've shown in this process and your charge or what have you that you've been given by the previous commission. I'll just echo a lot of what was previously said. And when I mentioned the working group before, it was more nebulous in that spot. As an idea, we don't have to go directly off of what the recommendation is. It's just a recommendation. but I like the idea of it, of, you know, focusing more, having more focused community engagement with the viable players and that, you know, actually contribute to this process. So, yeah, I think that can only help. I definitely want to incorporate all the work that's previously been done because I think it's viable and I think it's important. Yeah, I think there's a pathway forward, and I'm really encouraged by all the willingness and the comedy that's been expressed by the CPRB and everybody around this. So.
Mayor Shibley, any other comments from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Sellers. In the summer of 2020, I came and spoke at a CPRB meeting in relation to the work that they were doing. And one of the comments that I made in that meeting was that I did not want this work to be haste, and that I wanted it to, I wanted to see intentionality and thoughtfulness and thoroughness. I wanted it to be thorough because I think when things transpired in 2020, whether it's Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and countless other events that have impacted Black and Brown individuals, LGBTQ individuals, and all across the spectrum, there's a sense to do things in haste to get it right. And oftentimes when you're looking at systemic change, you can't do it in haste. And so I have followed the work that CPRB has done, and I've been excited about it. I am excited about it. I'm still excited about it. And I look forward to what the finished product is going to be. I would love to see CPRB be a part of the bigger work that this work group has the ability to do, while also utilizing that piece to continue to push their work forward as a value add. And so that's what I would like to see, in addition to Mayor Shipley's comment that we utilize the resource of IAPP, I say IAPP, you can say IAP2, to utilize that as well to so that the group has that also to guide their work. And so I echo the sentiments of my commissioners who have spoke before me. I would love to see CPRB be a part of this work group, utilize it to their advantage to continue to move their work forward, and utilize the resources of IA2P to continue to engage what they're doing as well as we move this together and move forward with the consultant. So thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. So appreciate all the comments beforehand. My understanding of the work group is that the purpose of it is to, and I'm just reading from the agenda item, is to have a reconstitution of the Community Police Review Board. And what I'm hearing the Police Review Board indicate is they're wanting direction more on should they continue with the ordinance, the work they've been doing on the ordinance. As far as I think their next steps, they were going to go into focus groups. So it seemed I'm hearing two different paths based on what I'm reading and what I'm hearing from the Community Police Review Board. I don't want to see them stop their work. I think that I've been following it along for the past year, well, since 2018, actually, since we originally passed the ordinance. So I don't want to see that work stopped. Now, what they do with it from here is if they become a part of this working group, then I'm not reading in what the recommendations from the consultant is that they stop the work with the ordinance. I want to see them continue to do that going forward. And for them to be a part of this working group, I think it's important, obviously, that they are a part of it. But again, it seems like their work that they're doing now is somewhat different than what the Citygate had in mind for this work group, from what I can tell. Maybe somebody can help me better understand that.
Mayor Shipley, anybody, any commissioners want to field that?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I might also add that I wonder, just based on listening to the Jenny from the Police Review Board, her discussion regarding some of the concerns that the Review Board had that Citygate, the comments that Citygate made that they disagreed with regarding the relationships with the police department, the engagement with the community, work with attorneys, work with other groups and persons to work on this ordinance. I wonder if Citygate had a better understanding of what the Community Police Review Board was doing in their work to date, if that recommendation would be different that they made in the police report.
This is Chair Robinson. I think that's exactly what we're saying, is that we don't feel like they got a full understanding of the work that we were doing. They spent an hour total, with us in pairs. And so where this information is coming from, we're not sure. We don't feel like they had a clear picture of what our plan was. And was there another question in there, Vice Mayor Larson?
Well, I think I was just trying to put my thoughts together more than anything. I just don't want to see this work stop right now that you're doing. I want to see it to move forward, because I think you're getting pretty far down the road with it. But that doesn't mean that having a work group, that we shouldn't have a work group. I think the work group is a good idea. But what it is actually commissioned to do, I think that can be part of the discussion. I don't like the idea that they're wanting to, what I read it as is wanting to redo the Police Review Board. And I don't want to see that. I don't necessarily want to see a total redo of the Police Review Board. I think we've got a good foundation to build on with what you've done to date, and that we should build on that and not start over with it.
This is Chair Robinson. Can I clarify, Vice Mayor Larson, to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly? So from where you're coming from, you'd like to see the CPRB move forward with their process, including next steps with focus groups and stakeholders. And then for the working group to be led by the city and hiring a consultant to, develop this work group that would be targeted more towards broader systemic change. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson. I think that's a pretty good summary of it. Is that we have to look at the whole picture, and I believe Commissioner Sellers kind of talked about that earlier, and that to really address the systemic racism or issues, that we have to look at a lot broader picture. And the Police Review Board is looking at a more narrow pathway that they're working on specifically. The working group, I can see that looking at more of the broader picture items that we need to do to address the systemic racism that we're having issues with, or just the trust with the police in the community.
Mayor Shipley, then, if that's the case, and I didn't, just to clarify, I did not interpret that to be the direction of Citygate, to have two separate groups. But I do want to follow up and maybe ask Chair Robinson a question. I think you said earlier that so far your discussion was not to include police officers in your process at this point. Some of the discussion being the feeling of safety or people being able to open up. Number one, if I misheard that, tell me. And then where in your process will those stakeholders be coming into your process?
Yes, this is Chair Robinson. First of all, we want to prioritize engagement with police officers, including the Chief of Police, Lawrence Police Officers Association. I've, gone over and done a tour of the station and met with Lieutenant Ernst and Major McKinley, and I'm working to schedule a meeting with the LPOA as well. So engagement with them is hugely important to us in this process because we have to have collaboration. So we haven't discussed specific next steps for engagement going forward. We have been in kind of a holding pattern since receiving the City Gate report and kind of hearing what direction the city was planning to take with that. So obviously we haven't been in planning mode for that until we're given direction by the City Commission.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. And in terms of the working group itself, I know you'd mentioned as well that what you're afraid of is, in alluding to what Commissioner Larson said before, that it's supplanting the existence of CPRB. And kind of what I was saying earlier is, with it being a recommendation, a part of that being that I think it was inferred that there would be 4 members from the CPRB on the work group, so that would constitute a new group itself. If would CPRB, or would you have that discussion or be amenable to having not a majority of your board on there, but to have some members on there, just so it doesn't make it so that it's a new group altogether, but more of a subgroup focusing more on ideas.
This is Chair Robinson. Commissioner Littlejohn, I apologize. My internet cut out for about 15 seconds there. So you're trying to just clarify what the separate CPRB and the working group, their responsibilities would be. I apologize for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going back to what I was speaking to earlier, that I still want the CPRB to have its original charge, to have its same responsibilities, but I see a different role for the working group. I see it as more focused, and honestly, I didn't, in my personal opinion, I don't really know if it needs to be that big. I mean, I agree with all the players that, have to be present, but I would like to see it a little bit smaller. So maybe not like it was inferred that there would be 4 members of the CPRB on there, but maybe have like a couple. And then, also representative from the police department and LPOA, and then also community members and then, city staff. So we can have more of a collaborative effort and more of a more intimate group, so that more frank discussions can be had and people can open up a little bit more and use that information to go ahead and form the decisions of the CPRB so they can make the best decisions possible.
This is Chair Robinson. I absolutely hear you on that. I think that, the way that we read the City Gate report and how, our liaison Brandon interpreted the City Gate report are different from that. So I think it's important to be super clear about the roles that the CPRB and the working group are going to play going forward, so that there's no role confusion there. And so we're not coming back in a year saying, oh, you shouldn't have been doing this that whole time. We're really wanting to avoid that and be really clear on what we need to do going forward. And I think that members of the CPRB would be very interested in being involved in the working group. You know, I think we're all volunteers and our time is limited. So we would need to have further discussion about that for sure. But, you know, we're all obviously very passionate about this issue in our community. So yeah, I think that would be something we'd be interested in.
Commissioner Finkeldine, I guess that's my concern about, I mean, if, you know, a month from now, the working group gets up and going, and then 2 months from now, CPOB finishes their process and says, here's the ordinance, City Commission, we're done, here's our thought. Are we going to take that up as a City Commission, or are we going to let the working group work through their process, and then what, you know, the CPRB's work sits there while the working group also looks at that issue among other issues? Seems to me that, you know, that the limited time and effort of our CPRB members would be used, focused on being part of that working group to come up with a unified solution to bring to us. Because if not, you're going to end up with one recommendation from CPRB and then another recommendation from a group that includes CPRB members, and they might be different. And that seems like not a, and if we tell the working group, well, you can do anything related to police except what the CPRB is involved in, well, then we've kept the working group from doing anything. So I guess I disagree with Commissioner Lawson. I mean, I think the process you've gone through has gotten you to a good point that you know, are well informed and ready to be part of that group. And the members who serve in that group have, from the CPRB, have a good basis, you know, for some of their thought process. But I mean, I think we let the working group do their work just like we do, like, as I said earlier, you know, like the Downtown Master Plan and Plan 2040. It's a good working group that's going to bring all the people together to come up with the best recommendation for us. So I think that's the better process than having two processes going on at once.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I agree with the synopsis that Commissioner Finkeldine has presented. I think what the CPRB is focusing on with the ordinance is just one piece of the bigger system. And if you have the ability to be a part of discussion of the bigger system in relationship to the piece that you're doing, that I feel like that adds more, that adds more weight and more not necessarily validity, but it gives you a bigger scope and a bigger piece. Sorry, I'm losing my words because it's late and my coffee has died off here. But I just don't, you know, I think there's so much is stuck on the idea that the work group is doing one thing, and then the work group is looking at the system, and that CPRB has the opportunity to be a part of that system thinking and that system work, in addition to bringing their work to the table for the group to do. A great example of that is in Louisville, Kentucky, where you had a civilian oversight group that didn't realize that had one interpretation of their power, or at least their authority, and through working through the process and working as a work group to address the bigger system, they added more to their scope and also helped to drive system changes overall. And so I think in the grand scheme of things, if we're looking at a month or two layover, that can be used to develop what the intentions will be of the work group, CPRB, work with the work group, opportunities to do IA2P training. All of this can be a part of that layover until the work group gets going. But it is a better use of I think this is a better opportunity for CPRB to be a part of that system work, in addition, while using the work group to guide to help guide continuous work on the project that they have in play right now. So.
Mayor Shipley, I agree, and I just want to clarify. The recommendation is for the entire Community Police Review Board to be part of this team, not 4 of them, not 2 of them, all of them. And if there's 9 of them and looks like 5 extra members, they still have, if you think that's going to be somehow adversarial or that something will be supplanted, you have 9 people who've been working on that. And I can only believe that they are going to advocate as hard in that situation for the work they've done that they are here, as well they should. That I hope for that to also be not just an opportunity for them to expand what they're doing, but for it to be a trust building exercise, which we need.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I wouldn't disagree with what Commissioner Pickle-Nye as well as Commissioner Sellers said regarding the overlapping between the Police Review Board and this working group. But the way I read the charge from the City Corps recommendation is that they believe the result should be a reconstruction of the Community Police Review Board. That's the whole purpose of this working group. That's what I read. And if that's not correct, then somebody please say something. But I mean, the last sentence of the direction was to have a reconstitution of the Community Police Review Board, and that seems to be a broader subject than just this ordinance. And so that's why it seems to me that their work on the ordinance is just one piece of what this working group wants to, or what this working group would be charged with if we follow through with what that recommendation is.
Commissioner Finkeldye, yeah, I guess the way I read that is, I mean, let's say this working group decides we don't want a Community Police Review Board as it currently exists. We want to use the Louisville model and have a citizens review board. I'm making this up, so they might go in a completely different direction. Reconstitute the board, as that language says, reconstitute the board with an expanded scope of public engagement duties. So that group might say the Police Review Board is not doing enough. We want them to do more things. We want them to do X, Y, and Z beyond what they're doing now. And now at the same time, you have the Community Police Review Board going along and presenting an ordinance that says, we want to do X. This other group might say, we want you to do X plus Y plus Z plus A, right? And so, again, I think they're part and parcel of the same project. If the Police Review Board comes up with a recommendation, you won't know how that fits in with the overall reconstitution of how we provide police service in this city. And so they could fit together seamlessly, or they could be at cross purposes. And so I guess that's why I see that this group looks at the whole picture, looks at the whole area, looks at all of our policing, and sees how the Police Review Board fits into that and what duties they should have amongst all of this to accomplish our goals. And that might be different than what the Police Review Board would answer the question when they're just looking at it in a very narrow sense of this issue. So I think the information they have, the direction they're going, is all important and all been helpful. But I think putting that into the context of a bigger solution is what's going to get us, to the finish line. Again, maybe, and so I think it really pushes us forward to get to to the goal we all want to get to by bringing it all together in one discussion, as opposed to having one group making a discussion on one issue and not being part of the bigger conversation. Again, that's how I see it.
So this is Vice Mayor Larson. So what recommendation do we, or what direction do we want to give the Community Police Review Board going forward? Do they continue to follow through with their process, or what do we want to do?
This is Chair Robinson. If I could just hop in here real quick. So, you know, I think there's talk about how the CPRB working with a working group would facilitate the work that we do as the CPRB. Well, we cannot do any work until we have an ordinance. And so if the working group is identified as the next step, you know, I'm a solutions-oriented person. I think, you know, most of us are. You know, if we could prioritize completing an ordinance so that the CPRB could be a functioning group, right? I think that would be a priority. Yes, it's just an ordinance. Yes, it's a part of a bigger conversation and a part of bigger systemic change that we need to do in our community. However, it's something that we need to do in order to start doing our work. So however we can prioritize that, whether it's continuing on with our process or if it's engaging with the working group, I think we're all very eager to do that so that we can do this work.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I guess I would go back and ask the question, where is the CPRB at in their draft of their ordinance? Are you at a place where you're ready to present that to the commission?
This is Chair Robinson. No, we would not be presenting it to the, I mean, it's available for the commission to review, obviously, but we're at a point where we would want to start engaging with community members, stakeholders in those smaller focus groups, as well as the LPOA, the, you know, chief of police, etc. That's where we would be. We would want to get that feedback first before presenting a proposed draft ordinance.
This is Commissioner Sellers. So as it stands right now, and I'm asking you as chair of CPRB, are you, if the decision is made tonight, I mean, would you take back to the commission, to your commission, working with the work group? Because I'm hearing, you know, we're taking whatever direction the commission wants us to go. And I don't want this to be something begrudgingly. You know, this isn't us telling you what to do. There needs to be some consensus and understanding, and that you're not just doing your work and we're pointing our finger at you to do your job. I want this to be mutually beneficial. I want there to be learning from it. And so if the idea is that this is kind of an eye roll of, you know, the commission wants us to do this, so we have to be a part of this work group. You know, I want CPRB to bring their best to this work group, because again, we're talking about system change. So, you know, I don't know if a motion needs to be made. I think, again, like I said, when it comes to doing the work right, you may need to take a step back. This may be an opportunity for CPRB to do the IA2P training as we build up the RFP process to get the consultant on board. This may be an opportunity to do some work group assessment of developing what it is you hope to get out of the work group, to get some initial thoughts down. You know, these are things I would like to see in the time. I don't see it as time lost. I see it as time to step back, to reset, refocus. You know, a reconstitution does not mean wiping everything. You know, it's not wiping your work away. It's how do we build CPRB to be better, to be what it is that not only you as commissioners want it to be, but as the community wants it to be. And if that means taking 2 months to do some training, to engage our director of equity and inclusion, to take a step away, to not meet for a month and to do some work on your own, I think there's grace for that. But I I don't want this to be seen as we're delaying work, because I want the work to be done right. And I believe that moving forward, the best way we can do that is to have this work be done with the work group, because then you're part of the bigger system thinking. So that would be my recommendation, is that we do move forward with the consultant, and that you all take that work into the work group as part of the bigger systems work. And how do you build that in? Map out what that looks like, so that you, when you have that conversation with Brandon, he understands what the intentions are, that we're part of a mutual discussion.
Yeah, this is Chair Robinson. Just to speak to that, of course, we're humans and we're going to have feelings about changing direction after a couple of years of really hard work, right, on the new draft ordinance. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to have feelings, I'm a social worker. But ultimately, we serve our community. We operate under the direction of the City Commission, and we share the same goal. We have been doing what we thought we were directed to do over the last several years. And now the direction is changing based on a consultant's report, right? And that's okay. Am I still with you? Y'all are frozen.
We hear you. Your
okay, good.
Video froze up a bit, so you're good. This is Commissioner Simmons, by the way. So you're good.
We're able to manage our own feelings about that, and we will, move forward with what you direct us to do, and we'll be grateful for some clear direction on that.
Mayor Shipley, any further comments? Okay, this was not for a motion. It was simply to accept your letter, and we weren't, to provide direction as appropriate. So I might, I feel like I've heard what the chair is saying. I want to clarify that staff understands the direction we seem to have some consensus on.
This is Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. Yes, I do follow. I think we have a good understanding, and I will plan on following up with Jenny and the Vice Chair, Sanjay Mishra, and I actually have a meeting this Thursday already on the calendar. So I'll look forward to talking with them more and comparing notes, but I do follow and appreciate the opportunity to provide that confirmation.
This is Chair Robinson. Could I request that I'm just going to write down what we've decided on some next steps, because I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So what are going to be next steps, and what is our direction going forward? What can I take back to the CPRB?
Brandon, you want to do that, or do you want me to kind of review the things we seem to have agreement on?
I would defer to you, Mayor. I'm happy to kind of summarize my interpretation, but if you'd like to jump in, please go ahead.
Mayor Shipley, thanks, Brandon. I'll try that. What I felt that I heard a majority of commissioners indicate is that they would like the CPRB to expand, not to disappear, to expand to this larger team, suggested makeup by the City Gate Associates, and thereby also expand their reach and their scope. What else did I hear? Well, I think that's the most important part. Let's see, by steps, how I think she might be asking a practical question when she, sorry, the chair goes back to CPRB. How will they identify those 3 extra members, and how will they invite the other stakeholders, and what will, to me, it's still an open meeting, so they don't need to try to figure out how many people to be where. They're all going to be there together. So on a practical level, how do we see this?
Mayor, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Just in a practical first steps.
This is Chair Robinson. I think I'm not concerned as much with practical first steps with identifying members of the group. I think I'm most concerned with the goal of the working group, which seems to be a little bit unclear to me right now.
Mayor, this is Assistant City Manager Brandon Ware. I might offer, I guess the vision that I had after hearing the discussion is that we'd work together, city staff and police review board members to develop a recommendation for the working group membership. But then I think also we would develop kind of a scope of work proposal, sort of a project charter, and then maybe come back to the commission for a check-in to make sure that we're hitting the target, and receive additional comments, additional guidance from the commission at that point before refining that and finalizing that. I think then we would take that scope of work and most likely, kind of with the consensus of the working group and the commission, seek a facilitator to project manage and support the work of that group, which would include public engagement and other stakeholder engagement. And I think that the scope of the work, to generally put it, would be to analyze and make recommendations regarding our systems of accountability and citizen oversight.
Mayor Shipley, has there been discussion or consideration given to in a facilitator, someone who's actually had some experience on a community police review board from a community that's had some practical experience? Is that something we can shoot for?
Assistant City Manager Brandon Ware, yes, that's definitely something the city manager and I have both spoke about. And there is a national organization, the acronym is NACOL, and there is quite a bit of research and literature out there, and I think that would be an organization that we could engage for recommendations for a facilitated consultant facilitator. Mayor,
I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, I was just going to suggest, I believe we are bumping up against the time boundary, and I don't want to disrupt the meeting, but we may just want to do a check-in with Sherry real quick because we may need a motion.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. So you can complete the item that has already that you're on right now without a motion to extend beyond the 11. But once this item is completed, you'll need to either adjourn the meeting or move to extend it for a specific period of time. But once you've started an item, it can be completed.
Mayor Shipley, thank you, everyone. And also in that case, one thing I always like to point out is timelines. Obviously, this group has been meeting regularly. Can they continue on their regular path and expect not a huge slowdown, as many of us have expressed a desire to keep things moving along in as much as that's possible?
This is Chair Robinson, if I could jump in. Yeah, I think that's something that we need clarification on. So City Commission, would you like us to stop stop working on the draft of the ordinance right now and work on, completing the IAP2, I don't know if it's a training or a program, and developing the scope of work for the work group. Would you like that to be our focus going forward? Because again, we want to avoid dual processes. We don't want to waste anyone's time.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I understood Brandon's synopsis to be what would be entail the timeline of work for CPRB as we ramp up. So that you would spend your time in your meetings doing that, however that timeline is, well, and that would be a concurrent timeline as we're issuing the RFP for the consultant and things of that nature. So I took that as what Brandon outlined to be the work that you would be doing during that time.
Mayor Shipley, that's what I understood. Brandon, is that, I want to clarify that you understand that.
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire, that makes sense to me. Vice Mayor Larson was about to ask a question, I believe, but I interrupted her.
Vice Mayor Larson, no, it got answered, so thanks.
Chair Robinson, any further clarifications you're curious about?
This is Chair Robinson. No, I think that's pretty clear. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Mayor Shipley, thank you all so much for your time and staying so late with us, and of course, untold hours of research and engagement that you've already done. There's literally no way to thank you for what you've done so far. So I genuinely appreciate it. I'm sorry, Sherry, I think we need a motion here to extend or rearrange or something.
Chair Reederman, City Clerk, that's correct. So the meetings will adjourn at 11 unless you all make a motion to extend it to complete the items. If you do not want to, if there isn't a motion to do so, then those items would move to the next meeting or to a meeting of your choosing. If you do make a motion to extend it, you will need to give a specific amount of time, not a time. So 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that.
Mayor Shipley, we have one regular agenda item. There was going to be some discussion of boards and commissions, which I actually really would like to do so we can all go to our assignments this month if possible. A city manager's report and any other commission items. So in any of your minds, do you feel that we can budget time to accomplish that, or do we want to maybe talk about the first quarter budget next time, or does Jeremy need us to do the quarter budget now? First quarter budget?
Chairman Will, the Finance Director, we would be fine with rescheduling the first quarter budget adjustment if that pleases the Commission.
Mayor Shipley, any other commissioners have thoughts about how they'd like to spend their next hour of their life?
Commissioner Vigilai, I'm fine with deferring it. I think we could get through it pretty quickly, and then go on to the other items in the next 30 minutes, but I'm always optimistic, so I could be wrong. Melinda's coming on.
Good evening, Commissioners. Melinda Harder, Interim Director of MSO. I would like to request if you could get through the first quarter budget amendment. It will have a big impact on some of our projects being able to move forward or be delayed a week.
Mayor Shipley, in that case, I guess I would recommend we try to forge ahead, and if we're very clever, we will really only take half an hour, but I think I would suggest 45 minutes till the end, and not just the budget, but for everything. Are there any motions to the contrary?
Commissioner Finlay, I'd move for to extend the meeting till 11:45.
Commissioner Larson, second.
I have a motion I have a motion and a second. Can I, Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Let's move on to the first quarter budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I will be incredibly brief with my comments and then really just open it up for any questions that you all may have. So the first quarter budget adjustment memo before you is considering amending the capital improvement plan, the vehicle and equipment replacement plan, and the maintenance plan to include projects that were initially anticipated to get underway in 2021, but for a variety of reasons, we're needing to move into 2022. So this gives us the reauthorization from you all to continue to move those projects forward, many of which have already gotten underway in some capacity, but were not able to be completed in 2021. There are 2 operating items also included outside of the various project scopes. One is to utilize some savings from 2021 to hire a firm to help explore some options for engaging with a private partner for broadband expansion. And the other kind of operating related item listed in the memo is in our transient gas tax fund. There were a couple grants and awards that were not able to move forward in 2021. And the request is that we will be able to utilize those funds to move them forward in 2022. So those are my very brief comments. We have a number of projects listed, so if you have specific questions, we would certainly be happy to answer any of those. But with that, I'll kind of conclude my original remarks.
Mayor Shipley, are there any questions for Danielle? Not hearing anything. Let's go to public comment.
Michael Ullman.
Mayor Shipley, Michael Allman, did you hear us?
Oh, sorry, had to turn my microphone on. Sorry, thank you for the opportunity, and I will try to be brief. I know it's late, and I appreciate the commission's diligence. So I just want to, I mean, like Danielle Bushcutter pointed out, these are pretty standard. There could be delays for you know, projects that take priority over others or bids that come in late, whatever. It's pretty normal. That the unspent proceeds will be for projects to be completed in 2022. That's all fine and normal, but I do want to draw your attention to one that I think could be problematic. On page 2, CI 210002, green pavement intersection crossings. You approved that, or the previous commission actually a year and a half ago for the 2021 budget, $382,000. It didn't get completed this year. And I brought this up at the Multimodal Transportation Commission last night, wondering why it didn't get completed. And it turns out that, I mean, you would expect if this moves to 2022, that the 151 locations will be installed for green pavement. The city engineer actually said last night that he has no intention of installing those green pavement intersection markings. And I would think that the commission would want something carried out that you authorize and designate funding for. And that if the city engineer wants to change that and go counter to what the city commission wants, he would need authorization to do that. I suspect this may be that because there's no explanation of what this money will be used for in 2022. It's implied that it will be for installation. The city engineer says he's not going to do that, and I think you need to look into why. He wants to transfer the money over to hiring a consultant that he's already lined up. I don't know if he's told you about that. He may have told the city manager. And he wants to redraft the policy for green pavement markings that doesn't include any of these locations. This all just kind of happened in the last month. And since Sustainability Action Network suggested this in the first place, we're kind of upset that he's doing this about face. And I don't know if you know what this means in this budget adjustment. So I would appreciate if you would look into that before you approve this particular item. I hope that's clear. And that's all I have to say. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Alex Kerr.
You can hear me, right? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make this short. I read through this report. It looks great with me. So I would ask this commission to approve this adjustment. That's all I have. Thank you.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Sherry. Commissioners, any comments on further discussion on this?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would like to have talked about.
Mayor Shipley, I missed what you said. You blipped on me, but I presume you mean you'd like to hear some follow-up on the comments from the public.
Yeah, from Michael Allman's comments regarding the green pavement crossings. I'd like to hear what staff has to say about that.
Melinda Harger.
Go ahead, Melinda.
Thanks. I'm Melinda Harger, Interim MSO Director. I tried to reach out to Cronin. He is not on the meeting tonight, but I pulled up an email of his that was explaining the situation regarding this item. He is requesting to completely roll forward all those funds. He took a recommendation to the MMTC that he would then be bringing to the commission. Basically, when he did research on this citizen requested item, he found out it is not something that's recommended by the MUTCD or several of the other organizations that really dictate the safety of our pavement markings. So he wanted to take a comprehensive look at our pavement markings, have a consultant come on board under this project and identify when we would use the green pavement markings. And then based on that policy that comes to the City Commission, have a recommendation on how to spend these funds. So that will be coming to the commission in the future.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions about that? So, Mayor Shipley, so if that's something suggested in the future and the engineer has not done that work, is it necessary for us to approve that at this moment?
Linda Harger, Interim MSO Director. We are requesting to roll forward that budget so we could get that consultant on board to put together the policy. But again, because these green pavement markings are not recommended by those organizations for shared use path crossings, we don't necessarily know yet how much of that funding will stay in this project or potentially be recommended to move to another project. So we'd like to roll those funds forward, keep it under this project for now until we have those recommendations to bring to you.
Mayor Shipley, any further discussion?
Commissioner Finkelstein, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think even if we decide we don't agree with the consultant, we want to do all the green markings, we have to roll the money over to have it available. And so, I mean, I appreciate this issue being brought up, and I know we'll obviously have more discussion about it when the recommendations come forward, but either way, we need to roll it forward so the options are on the table.
Mayor Shipley, and is, of course, but it doesn't have to be rolled over here. It could be rolled over anywhere. And I sometimes feel that I'm being asked to make some tacit, giving something a tacit yes, that I have just now learned something about and may even be suspicious about now that I know about it. So,
Commissioner Finkel, I think I hear what you're saying, but we're rolling it over and it still has to be spent on green marking, pavement markings is what we're rolling it over. If that's going to be changed, they'd have to come to us and change it. So I mean, Michael is correct that the staff is not going to spend it on something we have not directed them to, and this directs the staff to spend it on the pavement markings unless they come to us and we make that change. So I guess I think makes sense to me.
Mayor, thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion or any motions?
I'll make a motion. This is Vice Mayor Larson. Approve the first quarter budget adjustment as presented and amend the capital improvement plan, maintenance plan, and vehicle and equipment replacement plan to move identified projects forward.
Commissioner Finkel, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Our next item, which my computer turned off, is commission items, which we have an actual item here for us to discuss our board and commission assignments. Mayor Shipley, I don't know that anyone needs to, I don't know, maybe Sherry or somebody does want to explain it for our two new commissioners. But in essence, we need to divide these up. The one I know for sure that I have to be on is the Public Library Board. And in my view, I think we should consider switching some things up and letting our new commissioners identify for themselves what they think they would be good at.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. I guess I'll start us off. I'm currently serving on the Community Health Plan Steering Committee. If possible, I would like to continue serving on that. Oh, of course, I was serving not as a commissioner previously, as not sure what, but I would like to continue serving as a commissioner.
Okay. Any other Commissioner Sellers? Is there something you're interested in?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Yes, I went through the list and my top choices were Community Health Plan Steering Committee, Explore Lawrence, Peasley Tech, and yeah, those are my top three. My 4, 5, and 6 kind of got a little wonky, but those were my top three: Community Health Plan Steering Committee, Explore Lawrence, and Peasley Tech.
Mayor Shipley, Bart, did you have a second choice, or were you just kind of waiting to see how things shook out?
Yeah, I I guess I was waiting to see how things shook out. I would definitely be interested, besides steering committee, Peasley, EDC, and I guess bioscience and BTBC, but I guess it's KU Innovation Park now, right?
Mayor Shipley, Vice Mayor, what are you interested in?
This is the Vice Mayor. I would like to stay on the boards that I am. I would also be interested in Explore Lawrence, and I could take over the DMI from Commissioner Bowley board.
Mayor Shipley, can you remind me the boards that you're on?
Peasley, EDC, and I guess I forgot. Right now I'm on the CJCC. I took over from Ananda. That's the one I'm on. If there's anybody else interested, that's fine.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
I'm pretty open. I'd be interested in the EDC. I'm on KU Innovation Park now. I'd be happy to stay on that, but also happy to allow someone else to serve on that if they were interested. Those are probably, I'm also on MPO now, which I could stay on, but I'd also be open to other options.
Let's start with that maybe. Bart, would you, I'm sorry, go
Vice
ahead.
Mayor, yeah, if I would be interested in the BTBC if Finkeldye did not want to participate in that, and if we switched them around a little bit.
Mayor Shipley, my personal hope is that we switch a lot of things around. Many of us have been on the same board for 2 years, and I would like the new people to have an opportunity to do some new things. So, Bart, excuse me, Commissioner Littlejohn, you mentioned KU Park. If Brad would be willing to switch that with you, would you be interested in that?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be amenable to everyone?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor, which board was that?
Sorry, Commissioner Littlejohn, I'm sorry, it has a new name. It was BTBC, but now it's KU.
Innovation Park.
Innovation Park, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Sellers, how strongly do you feel about Explore Lawrence?
I'm pretty strong on that, so I would like to submit that as one of my solid choices, and I may be willing to negotiate others, but I don't want to give that one up.
Yeah, Mayor Shipley, is that amenable to everyone?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Sherry, that is Commissioner Sellers to Explore Lawrence. Commissioner Finkeldye, I heard you say EDC, but then I didn't write down other things you were interested in.
I'm interested in all of them, but I think in particular, I don't know why I'm getting feedback. Is everyone else getting feedback now?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Yes, I heard some feedback as well.
I don't know why that's happening now, but is it just when I'm talking?
No, it's all of us.
Everybody.
It's part of the new cruelty. Let's just try to push ahead.
Diane or Sherry, maybe if you mute, that might help. I don't know. No one else has mentioned MPO. I've been on that. I'd stay on that. EDC would be one I'd be interested in for sure, but I'm open.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Larson, were you on EDC? Was that one you did before?
Yeah, I did that one last year. Yeah, 20. Yeah, 20.
Or was that the only year you done it? We haven't done it several years ago?
I can't remember. I might have been on it for 2 years, or I just can't remember. Yeah.
Mayor Shipley, would you be interested in trading that to Brad? Sorry, Commissioner Finkeldye?
Yeah, I mean, if he wants that, that's fine. We could do that. I would like to keep Peasley then.
Great. Bart and Amber mentioned Peasley. Is that okay with you two as a compromise?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I would advocate hardly for the Community Health Plan Steering Committee.
Oh, okay. All right. Commissioner Littlejohn, how are you feeling? You also had a community health plan in Peasley on your list.
Yeah, it's Peasley was, I mean, I guess I probably feel as strongly about community health plan as Commissioner Sellers feels about Explore.
Okay, can we arm wrestle for it?
We can, but Commissioner Littlejohn would lose.
Come on now. Well, let's leave that. We do need 2 MPO. I'm sorry. Oh, you would like to do that? Okay.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Has there been anyone assigned to CJCC or Sister Cities?
No.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I missed who said they would do the MPO. I heard a voice.
That was Vice Mayor Larson said she would do MPO. That gives her 2.
That's Vice Mayor Larson and Commissioner Finkeldye for the MPO. Correct? Because there's 2.
Sounds like it, unless I would say I would take MPO if Commissioner Finkeldye wanted. I would probably just watch it anyway. It doesn't matter because I really like it, but I don't want to argue over it.
You can stay on MPO. I know you love it.
Very good. So Sherry, I'll take MPO and the library, of course. So we've got community health plan still up, Peasley still up.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I thought Commissioner Larson had Peasley.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, I didn't cross it off my list. I apologize. Yes, Commissioner Larson has Peasley and MPO. And then what was the other one? I always forget it. DCI, is that what it's called?
DMI.
DMI.
Mayor Larson, DMI.
DMI. Is anyone else interested in DMI? Is that okay with everyone for Commissioner Larson? Sounds good. Okay. So that's 3 for Commissioner Larson. What am I missing? Community health plan. What else? Oh, Sister Cities.
And CJCC.
Okay. There's still some dispute about community health plan. Commissioner Finkeldye, Sister Cities.
Yeah, I could do Sister Cities, and then, yeah, I think, I'll do Sister Cities. That's a great program. Be happy to be part of that.
Okay, Sherry, so Commissioner Finkeldye has EDC and Sister Cities at this time. Commissioner Larson has Peasley, DMI, and MPO. I have library and MPO. And, oops, cross that one out. So we have CJCC and Community Health Plan left. How can we,
I can take CJCC with the Commissioner Littlejohn. So I would be with, because, it has to be taken by somebody.
I would trade something for it if someone else would want to have MPO. I have to be on the library. I don't have that as a trade. I would trade that if you'd rather do MPO, which is kind of a matter of taste.
No, I think that's probably your strike zone. I wouldn't want to deprive you of that. So I'll go ahead and take CJCC, and also I guess I'm with KU Innovation Park as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
All right.
Very generous of you. Thank you. You can Rochambeau for it next year. That leaves Commissioner Sellers with Explore Lawrence and the Community Health Plan Review Board. Is that everything? Sherry, did I get them all?
Yes, do you want me? So here's what I have. Peasley, Vice Mayor Larson, EDC, Commissioner Finkeldye, the KU Innovation, sorry, we don't have the correct name on there. Commissioner Littlejohn, DMI, Vice Mayor Larson, Explore Lawrence, Commissioner Sellers, MPO, the mayor, and Commissioner Larson, CJCC, Commissioner Littlejohn, Sister Cities, Commissioner Finkeldye, the library, the mayor, and then Community Health Plan Steering Committee, Commissioner Sellers.
Mayor Shipley, thank you everyone for being open to some different things. Are there any other commission items that anyone wants to bring up this week? Or we can put it off till next week. Not hearing anything from the commissioners, additional items this week. So our next item is, my computer falls asleep really fast. City Manager's report.
City Manager Craig Owens. There's 3 items on here. Happy to answer any questions on them.
Mayor Shipley, any questions for Craig? Then let's move on to the calendar. Is there anything we need to add or discuss?
Sorry, City Manager Craig Owens, I think you're supposed to open this up for any amount of public comment that there may be on
there
my...
may be. Thank you. The City Manager's, Mayor Shipley, the City Manager's report is a public comment item. Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment on this item.
Great, thank you, Sherry. Then let's move on to the calendar. Anything we need to discuss or point out to each other on the calendar? Not seeing anything. Very good, that brings us to adjournment. Anybody have an opinion about that?
Vice Mayor Larson moved to adjourn.
Commissioner Finkeldye, second.
So I have a first and a second to adjourn. Vice Mayor Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Good evening, everyone.